Chapter 270. This beautiful figure was Chun Shui. Looking down from the sky, there were many sand dunes and valleys. There were also some dilapidated ancient ruins and ancient cities that emitted a dazzling golden light under the sun. So, Chun Shui sensed that there were at least 100 cultivators with powerful auras within 1,000 miles. This is the outer area of the Mirage Desert. If we continue to approach the core, we will reach the protective barrier formed by the sandstorm. If you can enter, then follow me. If you can't, then leave quickly. Don't stay here for too long in case you are killed by other cultivators. Senior Wang, is it really that serious? Our Spirit Serpent Valley is a rank 9 sect. Don't think that a rank 9 sect can do anything. Not to mention our Spirit Serpent Valley, even the disciples of the Yuan Gate would be killed here. The Mirage Desert gathers cultivators from the eastern and western continents and the southern sea islands. Those who dare to come here are all geniuses among geniuses. There are countless disciples from powerful sects and super geniuses from the Demon Dao and the Demon Dao. Even I have to be careful. Oh, Senior Wang, is it really that difficult to enter? Very difficult. The Mirage Desert is also known as the City in the Sky. It only opens once every 100 years. According to the records of the sect, only Golden Core Realm and Nascent Soul Realm cultivators under the age of 30 can enter. Those with a low cultivation base, high cultivation base, or over the age limit will not be able to enter. Then we are all within the criteria. The basic criteria are met, but you have to pass the city in the Mirage Desert test. Only those who are ranked above 1,000 will be able to enter. Relatively speaking, Golden Core Realm cultivators, like you, have less chances than Nascent Soul Realm cultivators. But the Mirage Desert test does not depend on one's cultivation level. The most important thing is potential. You will know when you participate in the test. Let's go. There are still 10 days. I think many people have already arrived. Ruochen, you will see the super geniuses of the Western continent and the Southern Sea Islands in this trial. Don't limit your vision to Chu Qingtian of the Yuan Gate and Gu Xing of the Sky Sword sect. The competition between the sects will end 1 year later. Now, you are representing the top geniuses of the Eastern continent. You are on the same side. Competition is fine, but we can't kill each other. Originally, if Xia Yuyu had not advanced to the Incarnation Realm, the 4 of you should have been able to obtain a decent harvest. Unfortunately, she had lost the right. It's up to the 3 of you now. This time, the Yuan Gate's Chu Qingtian is in charge. You don't have to be so calculative. It isn't that he's stronger than you, and it's just that the Origin Gate is stronger. During the Mirage Realm test, try your best to aim for the highest ranking. Don't hide your strength. This is related to the fate of the Eastern continent and your own. It would be even better if he could defeat Chu Qingtian and Gu Xing in terms of ranking. Furthermore, the higher your ranking, the more opportunities you will encounter in the area you enter. Don't worry, I will do my best. Whether it's Chu Qingtian or Gu Xing, they can forget about beating me. Dozens of disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were flying in the Mirage Land Desert, and a late-stage nascent soul realm youth said to Wu Ruochen. Although his combat strength was no longer comparable to Wu Ruochen's, his age and experience made him the leader of the Sky Sword sect to participate in the Mirage Desert. 3 days later, when Chunhao appeared in the Mirage Desert, he saw thousands of Golden Core stage and Nascent Soul stage disciples gathered together outside a sandstorm barrier that blotted out the sky. These disciples were all super geniuses of the Eastern continent. Although his father didn't tell Chunhao about the Mirage Desert, there were very detailed records of it in the sect's information. The Mirage Desert was a city in the sky that opened once every 100 years. It was definitely a competition between the super geniuses of the eastern and western continents and the southern sea islands. What could one obtain in the city? Life or death? It depended on each person's fate, but the competition would start before entering the city in the sky. That was the ranking pagoda. It was a competition between one's own fate and the fate of the continent they belonged to. However, including the sixth grade sects, very few people from the low grade sects participated. It wasn't that they couldn't or didn't want to, but it was useless even if they went. They wouldn't be able to enter the top 1,000. These low grade sects would only remind their disciples to go if they were truly super geniuses. There are so many people. Chun Hao stared at the thousands of young disciples and was slightly shocked. Whether it was the Golden Core realm or the nascent soul realm, their auras were extremely powerful. They were definitely super geniuses in the same realm. Only a small part of them were rogue cultivators. Most of them were disciples of the sects sitting together. Most of them were super geniuses of the seventh grade sects and above. Chun Hao didn't completely conceal his aura and landed at the back of the crowd. A disciple of the star-picking sect? That's funny. A third-grade sect with a late-stage Golden Core realm disciple dares to come to the Mirage Desert. Before Chun Hao appeared, he had changed into the star-picking robe that symbolized his identity as a disciple of the star-picking sect. The reason for this was very simple. He was a member of the star-picking sect and also a member of the Eastern Continent. If he wanted to win providence for himself, he could only be himself openly. Don't underestimate him. He should be Chun Hao, who has been the talk of the town recently. Chun Hao, the Chun Hao who killed Fan Fong and saved Duan Yufei, and Xia Lanlan from the Red Flame Beast? He must be. Otherwise, who would dare to come to the star-picking sect? As the people around discussed, everyone's attention was focused on them. The nascent soul realm experts who didn't take Chun Hao seriously looked over and used their minds to check him out. Fan Fong, who was half a step away from the nascent soul realm, was quite famous in the cultivation world. Whether it was talent or combat strength, he was comparable to the super geniuses of the 8th grade sections. He was not much inferior to the super geniuses of the 9th grade sections. Chun Hao was able to kill him when he was only at the late-stage Golden Core realm. The commotion he caused was huge, especially when the Ling Tian sect came out to protect him. He's here too? Chun Shui saw Chun Hao immediately. She was sitting cross-legged at the back of the crowd alone. Her aura was cold, her graceful figure, and her beautiful face hidden under the black veil was exceptionally eye-catching. However, some people who came forward to invite her to join their team were coldly rejected by Chun Shui. Even the experts at the peak of the late-stage nascent soul realm were no exception. If it was any other time or place, someone would have flipped out. However, no one dared to cause trouble at this time. At least before entering the Sky City, no one dared to cause trouble. This was because every force represented the Eastern Continent's honor. Those who could come here naturally knew the rules. Brother Chun, how have you been? Whoosh! Not long after Chun Hao sat down, 2 streaks of light flashed and flew in front of him. Duan Yufei cupped his fists and said with a smile on his face. Xia Lanlan glared at Chun Hao. Her gaze was not friendly, but there was no hostility. Chun Hao smiled and stood up to return the greeting. I'm fine. Thank you for the help of Brother Duan's sect. Hearing Chun Hao's words, Duan Yufei smiled and shook his head. This has nothing to do with me. Brother Chun understands. Unfortunately, she won't be coming this time. Duan Yufei seemed to be implying something. So what if she comes? Some people are as timid as mice and don't even dare to recognize her. Humph! Xia Lanlan glared at Chun Hao. Obviously, she already knew about Chun Hao and Xia Yuyu's meeting. She was very dissatisfied that Chun Hao didn't even have the courage to recognize her face to face. She was outspoken and her considerations were very simple. She didn't think about the interests of the sect and other big issues. In her opinion, since Yu was so good to Chen Hao should disregard everything and throw away everything. This was out of Chen Hao's expectations. He didn't expect Xia Yu and Xia Lanlan to have such a good relationship. Hearing Xia Lanlan's words, Duan Yufei pulled Xia Lanlan and stared at Chen Hao. Brother Chun, don't mind her. Lanlan is her best sister, and no one knows her better than her. Let's not talk about this. Brother Chun, this is our Ling Tian sex communication talisman. After you enter, if you encounter a dangerous place that you're not confident in, you can inform me and we'll explore together. It's very difficult to obtain the greatest benefits by yourself. All right. Chen Hao slightly hesitated, but he still took the communication talisman from Duan Yufei's hand and replied. After Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan left, Chen Shui suddenly stood up under the attention of many obscure gazes. Her figure flashed and arrived before Chen Hao. She glanced at Chen Hao through the black veil and sat beside Chen Hao. The distance between them was only a foot, and they were practically shoulder to shoulder. This kind of rejoicing instantly made Chen Hao, who was already one of the focal points, attract even more attention and cause a flurry of discussion. You broke through to the nascent soul stage so quickly. Chen Hao turned his head and asked with a slightly surprised voice transmission, I've already reached the peak of the advanced stage of the Golden Core stage. What's there to be surprised about? Have you gone back? Chen Shui asked with a seemingly indifferent voice transmission. Yes, the matter is far more complicated than you and I imagined. I hope that you don't blame Father, at least before you know the truth. Father didn't even know of your existence. Even what? Father originally thought that he and your mother had never done the deed of husband and wife. How is that possible? Chen Shui was slightly surprised. I also thought that it was impossible, but when Father heard me mention you, he said it himself in shock. We don't know the specific situation. Father didn't tell me and didn't let me get involved. I can understand your feelings, but please trust my intuition. There's definitely an extremely great secret between Father, your mother, and my mother. I believe that Father can handle it well. What we have to do is just wait. Chen Hao said, Wait. Mother has waited for over 100 years. How long do we have to wait? Wait until her lifespan is exhausted? Your mother has at least 200 years of lifespan, right? What about my mother? Only 100 years. Do you know what happened between them? How much do you know? Your mother has bitterly searched for over 100 years. My mother, at least from as long as I can remember, has never eaten a full meal. Father is a cripple. What's laughable is that because of me, he was beaten into a cripple by a bully in a small town who can't even be considered a cultivator. I simply can't understand all of this. I also can't understand. You also can't understand. Hiss. Just as Chen Hao and Chen Shui were arguing with each other through voice transmission, a powerful aura suddenly came from the horizon and interrupted the two's conversation. Today is the last chapter. Blushing with shame, there's really no other way. When I return to Kunming, I'll start to repay the debt. No matter how much I owe, I'll repay it. I'll cover my face and escape, to be continued. If you like this work, I welcome you to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 271. Yuan Gates Chu Qing Tian. Sky Sword Sex Gu Xing. Too powerful. Just this aura alone is enough to make me unable to resist. The 4 top geniuses are too powerful. Of course, Chu Qing Tian, Wu Ruochen, and Gu Xing are the three most monstrous geniuses of the top 10 sections. Although Xia Yuyu has surpassed them, it is only in terms of cultivation level. If nothing goes wrong, they will definitely trigger heaven's punishment and step into the incarnation realm. With their accumulation, they will not be in any danger after passing the heaven's punishment. I just don't know who will rank higher in this test. It will definitely be Chu Qingtian. A month ago, Chu Qingtian killed a peak early incarnation realm demonic cultivator. His combat power is unfathomable. It is said that he will be the commander of the Eastern Continent for this trial in the Sky City. Senior brother, what does this commander mean? When I saw the information, I was very confused. Are we going to be restricted when we enter? This is a precious place for training. It is definitely impossible to restrict them completely. The main goal is to unite against the outside world. I also heard from the Great Elder that the Sky City opens once every 100 years. In fact, it is a clash between the geniuses of the Eastern Continent, Western Continent, and Southern Sea Islands. Other than our sect disciples, there are also many rogue cultivators and demonic cultivators. The competition is very intense, not only within the Eastern Continent, but also with the Western Continent and Southern Sea Islands. Therefore, in the past few hundred years, it has become a tradition. Every time the Sky City opens, the top 10 rank 9 sects of the Eastern Continent will choose the strongest commander in advance. Once a group conflict occurs, we must unite against the outside world. Wu Ruochen, you are early. We agreed that the three of us will meet up, but you came alone. It seems that you are not convinced by me as the commander. Chu Qingtian and Gu Xing obviously came together. While they were still in the void, their eyes swept across the thousands of cultivators and locked onto Wu Ruochen in the crowd. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with a natural arrogance. It floated clearly into everyone's ears, and it was full of hostility. Convinced by you? Ridiculous. You are just the commander appointed by the top 10 sections. Everything depends on your strength. What right do you have to convince me? When the Sky City appears, I will defeat you in the Pagoda Tablet ranking. During the intersect competition, I will completely defeat you. Ha! You are overestimating yourself. I, Chu Qingtian, will let you know that I am worthy of my title as a commander. During the intersect competition, I will convince you even more. We'll see, Wu Ruochen said proudly. Disdain flickered in Chu Qingtian's eyes. He no longer paid attention to Wu Ruochen and swept his gaze across the crowd. A powerful pressure was released as he said, I'm Chu Qingtian, from the Yuan Gate. I believe that most people here should know who I am. I won't waste any more words. This time, I, Chu Qingtian, am indebted to the Immortal Alliance for thinking highly of me and being appointed as the commander. Naturally, I have to consider the honor of the Eastern Continent. No matter who obtained the qualifications to enter, they would have to unite against the outside world. Once a large-scale conflict breaks out, I hope you won't shrink back. That will only weaken our strength. When Sky City appears and the qualified disciples are confirmed, they can come to me to receive a communication talisman. If you encounter a valuable treasure that you can't get your hands on, you can contact me. I'll choose to inform others to help you. I, Chu Qingtian, will make sure that you're satisfied with the distribution of benefits, especially Golden Core disciples. Obtaining the right to enter only proves that you have great potential, not that you are strong. To put it bluntly, you will only be trampled upon if you go in. Don't lose your life for profit. Did you hear that? Chun Shui sent a voice transmission to Chun Hao. I have more or less entered the nascent soul realm. Your late-stage Golden Core realm is too low. There are 500 to 600 peak stage nascent soul realm cultivators here. There are 3,000 above the nascent soul realm. The rest are basically at the peak of the late-stage golden core realm and half-step nascent soul realm. After you go in, you have to be careful. You won't be a match for any late-stage nascent soul realm cultivator. Don't lose your life for treasures. My goal is to gain experience. As long as I don't snatch treasures, it won't be a big problem. As for you, even if you don't snatch treasures, I'm afraid you will be in a lot of trouble. Chunhao looked at Chen Shui and said, Chunhao knew that although those with great potential could enter the Mirage Desert, the most suitable ones were those at the peak of the late-stage nascent soul realm. After all, they would enter the same space. Even if a golden core realm cultivator ranked high in the test and could enter, they would only be trampled upon by those nascent soul realm cultivators. No matter how strong Chunhao was, he couldn't change this fact. The only thing he could do was to keep a low profile and not fight for treasures. This was also the reason why there were more nascent soul realm cultivators than golden core realm cultivators. Furthermore, the golden core realm cultivators who came here basically came with the core disciples of the sect. I don't want anyone to see me, even Chu Qingtian, and the rest can forget about seeing me. All right, let's cultivate and adjust ourselves to the best state. The city in the sky should appear soon. Don't hide during the test. Although the ranking isn't a symbol of one's strength, it is a symbol of one's luck. The higher the ranking, the better the region you will be transported to. Even if you just cultivate there, you will gain a lot. Chen Shui said, Hiss. On the second day, at sunset, the sandstorm seal hundreds of miles away suddenly shone with a resplendent seven-colored light. An ancient and mysterious aura instantly spread out and woke up the cultivators who were sitting cross-legged. The seal is about to disappear. Phew, I must go in. Even if I don't gain anything, as long as I can enter, it will be an honor. It's time for the test. Although I am at the late-stage golden core realm, this is a test of my potential. I will definitely not be weaker than them. The disciples who did not have absolute confidence in entering gritted their teeth. Even the rank 9 sects did not have such a mysterious test to test one's potential. They could only judge a disciple's potential subjectively and could not measure it specifically. However, the City in the Skies test could. There were close to 10,000 cultivators present. Basically, they were all super geniuses from rank 8 sects and above. There were very few lone cultivators like Chen Shui. Those from rank 3 sects like Chun Hao were even rarer. Even if they were ranked 1,000, it would definitely be an honor. There were a total of 3 entrances to the City in the Sky. The Eastern Mainland, the Western Mainland, and the South Sea Islands each had one. The number of cultivators gathered at the other 2 entrances was no less than that of the Eastern Mainland. It was equivalent to 1 in 10. Boom. After the 7-colored light lasted for half a minute, the terrifying sandstorm seal finally exploded and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Then, a mirage-like golden city appeared before everyone's eyes from afar. It emitted a grand, vast, and ancient aura. It was like the legendary heavenly palace, causing everyone to reveal excited expressions. At the same time, 307-colored light pillars instantly pierced through the void and split into 3 directions. There were 100 pillars in each direction, and they poured down from the city in the sky. 100 identical blue towers appeared 100 miles away from Chun, Hao, and the rest. Each tower had 10 floors and exuded a mysterious aura. There were thunderous electric currents surrounding it that made crackling sounds from time to time. There was a huge silver tower tablet standing above the 100 palaces. Hiss, 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 hiss. Just when everyone was still immersed in shock, the 100 testing towers suddenly released a mysterious light curtain that covered a radius of hundreds of miles, and all the cultivators were within it. 100 figures involuntarily rose into the sky and flew to the front of the 10 testing towers. The test had officially begun. Azure Valley disciple, Mu Tinghai, heaven-piercing sect disciple, Yang Yin, Ling Tian sect disciple, Duan Yufei, sectless cultivator, by Lian. As the 100 disciples reported their identities one by one, 100 silver lights flashed from the silver tower steel and entered the glabella of the 100 disciples. One by one, they took a deep breath and stepped into the testing tower with an excited and solemn expression to begin the test. How long will this test take? 100 people at a time and 10,000 people in total. I'm afraid it won't end in a few days. Chunhao looked at Chen Shui and said, "Didn't you know the details before you came?" "No, I only read about it in the sex information. I don't know the details." Chunhao said, 100 people will be tested each time. The test time varies. Those with poor potential will be eliminated in 2 to 3 minutes, while those with high potential will be eliminated for a longer time. However, it won't be more than 10 minutes. This is because the testing tower has a 1-minute time limit for each floor. According to past experience, those who can reach the 7th floor have the hope of obtaining the qualification to enter. The 8th floor is basically a piece of cake. Those who can reach the 10th floor and come out from the top of the tower are definitely true geniuses. There are basically a few people from the Eastern continent, Western continent, and Southern Sea archipelago who can do it every time. However, the total number is not more than 20. Chen Shui said. After a slight pause, she continued, "This testing tower tests one's temperament, will comprehension, combat talent, and physical talent. There are 5 aspects. Therefore, it places more emphasis on potential rather than strength. Otherwise, with so many people at the peak of the mastery nascent soul stage, we won't be qualified at all. Someone's coming out." After Chen Shui and Chen Hao spoke for a while, a cultivator was ejected from the 2nd floor's exit. It was obvious that he did not even have the potential to step into the 3rd floor. "Ha! Zhao Chenfeng, with your potential, you should just kill yourself. You can't even reach the 3rd floor, and you still have the nerve to come out and embarrass yourself. Talk to me when you can reach the 3rd floor. I'm at least at the 2nd floor, and I'll pass in the last breath. It's good enough that you can reach the 2nd floor. F***CK. If my ranking is higher than yours, will you kneel down and apologize to me?" "Sure. If your ranking is lower than mine, kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. The ejected Zhao Chenfeng was a rogue cultivator at the peak of the late stage of the nascent soul realm. His strength was definitely strong. However, even he did not expect that he would be so embarrassing. What was even more embarrassing was that his sworn enemy actually looked down on him in public. This made him extremely embarrassed and angry. Soon, more disciples were ejected. In less than 6 minutes, at least 80 people were ejected from the 5th floor. Of the remaining 20 people, more than 10 were ejected from the 7th floor. When they reached the 8th floor, only 4 people were left. Duan Yufei was one of them. Including today, I owe 9 chapters. I'm really sorry. It will probably return to normal around the 17th. At that time, Wu Shan will try his best to repay the debt. For the next few days, please bear with it. I suggest that you don't wait for the next chapter and rest for the time being. Wu Shan is also a reader and understands how painful this kind of update is, but there's really no other way. I'm extremely sorry. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 272, 10th level. Amazing. Too amazing. As expected of a super genius from a grade 9 sect. How can Duan Yufei be so amazing? He was only ranked 9th among the inner court disciples in the Ling Tian sect. Now that he has just stepped into the nascent soul stage, could it be that he can still ascend to the top of the tower? In less than 9 minutes, the other 3 disciples were ejected one after another, while Duan Yufei stepped into the 10th level amidst the crowd's shocked voices. As a super genius ranked 9th among the inner court disciples of the grade 9 sect, Ling Tian sect, Duan Yufei's reputation in the Eastern Continent's cultivation world was not as famous as Chu Qingtian, Wu Ruochen, Gu Xing, and Xia Yu, who were in the first column, but he was still one of the top in the second column. Even if the close to 10,000 disciples present did not know who he was, they all knew his name. However, according to the previous evaluations, Duan Yufei could at most reach the 9th level. However, he had actually stepped into the 10th level now. This kind of potential was absolutely shocking. In the crowd, Xia Lanlin's expression was obviously unusually excited. Her beautiful face was flushed with excitement, and she seemed to be even more excited than herself ascending to the 10th level. She clenched her fists tightly and prayed for Duan Yufei. However, it only lasted for 5 seconds before a ray of light appeared, and Duan Yufei was ejected from the 10th level amidst the crowd's exclamations. Hiss! At the same time, the silver tower monument shone with a dazzling light, and the ranking of the first batch of 100 disciples appeared before everyone's eyes. Duan Yufei, who had broken his wings on the 10th level, was at the top of the list. The 10th level is actually so amazing. No wonder there are only a few who can pass every time. The instant Duan Yufei was ejected, although his essence, energy, and spirit were completely replenished by the miraculous energy, he was covered in cold sweat. He clenched his teeth and relied on his extraordinary talent to successfully pass the 9th level, giving him incomparable confidence. Originally, he thought that according to the increasing pressure of each level, he would have a 50% chance of successfully ascending to the top of the 10th level. However, what he did not expect was that the strength of the 10th level completely exceeded his imagination. He did not persist for 5 seconds and was instantly killed without any results. Subsequently, another 100 people entered the testing tower at the same time. No one knew which batch they were in. There was no pattern to the selection of the testing tower. The location and stage were uncertain, so they could only wait patiently. All of them knew that they might be the next one, but they couldn't calm down and adjust their breathing. Their minds were stretched taut as they paid attention to the disciples entering the pagoda monument. The disciples who failed on the 7th floor were the most nervous. According to their experience, at least half of the disciples who failed on the 7th floor would not be able to enter the top 1,000. Moreover, it wasn't based on the length of time one could last on the 7th floor, but rather the results obtained. If no one else said anything, they could only wait for the ranking on the pagoda stele. On the first level, you'll meet an opponent who's as strong as you. The pressure, aura, and combat power were extremely similar to his own. The only thing missing was flexibility. On the second level, there would be 2. Furthermore, the 2 of them work together seamlessly. Their battle prowess is at least 3 times that of yours. You have to find their weakness in the shortest amount of time and destroy it. Without sufficient combat talent and experience, it was impossible to achieve such a feat. The 3rd floor becomes 4, the 4th floor becomes 8, and so on. When you reach the 10th floor, you will have 500 or 2 opponents. Chen Shui said, "It can't be 500 or 2 opponents with the same strength as him. And it's perfectly coordinated," Chun Hao said in surprise. "How is this possible?" If there wasn't a time limit, there would still be hope. But with only 1 minute, how can he kill them all? It's not for you to kill them. It's for you to break through. When you enter, you will naturally know what to do. If you can only pass by killing all of them, not to mention the 10th floor, even the 2nd and 3rd floor, there aren't many who can complete it in 1 minute. What we need to do is to break through the opponent's blockade and walk to the entrance of the next floor. Then, we will have successfully passed the floor. Other than facing opponents with the same strength as us, the closer we are to the entrance of the next floor, the greater the pressure we will have to endure and the stronger the mental attack will be. Therefore, it's not enough to have a high comprehension ability and a strong, innate talent. Without sufficient temperament and willpower, it's also difficult to pass. You don't have to worry too much. The two of us definitely won't have a problem getting the qualifications. It's just a matter of what ranking we can get. Guxing is going. Just as Qin Shui and Chun Hao were watching and talking, the 5th batch of disciples who entered became the focus of everyone's attention. The super genius of the floating mist sect, Guxing. With his talent and potential, it shouldn't be a problem for him to reach the top. Qin Shui said softly, "In the history of the Eastern continent, the average number of people who reached the top is around 5. As one of the most dazzling geniuses of the Eastern continent, he, Chu Qingtian, and Wu Ruochen will definitely reach the top. It's just a matter of whose results are better. They've all reached the top. How do we differentiate the results? According to the time they reached the top and their performance?" Chun Hao asked. After watching a few matches, Chun Hao had already discovered that although the time difference between all the disciples passing through each level was very small, there was still a slight difference. For example, Duan Yufei had reached the 10th level when there was still more than 10 seconds and 9 minutes left. Furthermore, he had entered the 9th floor a few seconds earlier than the other 3 disciples who had entered the 9th floor. Yes, the most basic measurement is the number of floors. Within the same level, the results obtained were based on one's performance within the level. The time isn't accurate. However, if it's reaching the top, the faster the time, the better the performance, Qin Shui said. What a fast speed. That's amazing. This Guxing has always kept a low profile. I heard that other than the people from his sect, nobody has ever heard him speak. He basically doesn't interact with others, let alone get into a conflict. If he wasn't ranked first in his sect, I'm afraid the Eastern continent wouldn't even know how powerful he is. However, this strength, that's amazing. He's already at the 6th floor. In less than 4 minutes, he's already surpassed the others by 2 floors. This speed is a few times faster than Duan Yufei from the Ling Tian sect. Such speed means that he's very relaxed. He definitely has no problem reaching the top. Who knows, he might even be ranked first in the Eastern continent. When Guxing took the lead and made the testing tower shine all the way up, close to 10,000 cultivators' eyes were attracted to him. All of them were shocked. Even Chu Qingtian and Wu Ruochen's eyes shone with a fierce and powerful battle intent. In their eyes, there was no doubt that the low-profile and quiet Guxing was their opponent. The test in the Sky City this time was a confrontation before the intersect competition. Although it was not the final battle, for geniuses like them, they would never allow themselves to fail at any time, any place, or anything. He's reached the top. As the crowd exclaimed in shock, Guxing, whose expression did not change at all, appeared proudly at the top of the testing tower. He stepped on a 7-colored waterfall that was different from the silver light that was ejected and returned to the crowd under the admiration and envy of the crowd. The silver tower tablet shone with a dazzling light. Guxing's name replaced Duan Yufei and rose to the top. Moreover, unlike the other names, his name was 7-colored. Only the name that reached the top would be 7-colored. Amazing! 7 minutes. This Gu Xing only used 7 minutes to reach the top. This result can be ranked in the top 30 among the genius disciples in the past. Countless shocked voices erupted from the crowd. 7 minutes. Humph! Chu Qingtian, will definitely surpass this number. Chu Qingtian stared at Gu Xing, who came with him, and said confidently in his heart. Although Gu Xing did not directly express his unwillingness to accept him as the commander like Wu Ruochen, the cold Gu Xing did not say a word along the way. Chu Qingtian knew, in his heart, whether he was convinced or not. Wu Ruochen also felt the pressure, but this pressure made his battle intent even higher. On average, it took about 6 minutes for each batch. After 20 batches, Gu Xing's name was still not surpassed by anyone. Some of the super geniuses of the 9th rank sects had reached the 10th level. There was also a genius from the 8th rank sect who reached the 10th level. However, he did not pass, but his result was better than Duan Yufei's. Duan Yufei slipped from 1st place to 7th place. There were a few who reached the 10th level, but like Duan Yufei, they were ejected instantly. Their ranking was still lower than Duan Yufei's. Overall, with Duan Yufei's reputation, this result was quite good. Many of the 9th rank sects who were more famous than him had been defeated by him. Xia Lanlan also completed the test and ended at the 9th level. Her ranking was at the top of all the people who had broken their wings at the 9th level. She was second only to the dozen people who had reached the 10th level and above. The 26th batch. Rogue cultivator Chen Shui, who was chatting with Chen Hao, was brought to a testing tower by a beam of light. She quickly gathered her thoughts and reported her name. Chen Shui. Her name is Chen Shui. What a beautiful girl. How come I have never heard of such a person before? She's just a rogue cultivator. What's there to be proud of? She didn't even give me face when I invited her. I want to see how many levels she can reach. The moment Chen Shui appeared, she, who was wearing a blue dress and had a graceful figure, attracted the attention of countless people. Even though she was wearing a veil, it could not hide her beautiful face. It had to be said that a real beauty would be the center of attention no matter where she went, regardless of strength or status. There was a huge difference between this and a man. A man, no matter how handsome he was, if he did not have the strength and status to match it, he would at most be called a pretty boy or an embroidered pillow. Not many people would really pay attention to him, but a woman was different. Even if she was useless, as long as she was beautiful, she could cause disputes. The power of a femme fatale was absolutely terrifying. How many levels can she reach? The 10th level or the top? When Chen Shui stepped into the 1st level, Chen Hao's deep black eyes shone with a bright light. He thought to himself with some anticipation. Although they were not related by blood, Chen Shui was still his elder sister. Moreover, Chen Hao also knew that as the disciple of the nameless old man, Chen Shui was an anomaly who was only born after being pregnant for more than 100 years. Her talent was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Even Chen Hao was not sure if he was stronger than her. It was impossible not to look forward to it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 273. Chen Shui is not simple. Duan Yufei could not help but exclaim. It had not even been 5 minutes since Chen Shui stepped into the testing tower. However, what shocked everyone was that the 6th floor of the testing tower lit up first. Although the final result was not out yet, her speed was not much inferior to Gu Xing's. Humph, what's not simple about it? So what if she reached the top? No matter how powerful she is, she can't beat Yu. No matter what. Xia Lanlan stared at Qin Shui's testing tower and said with hostility. Duan Yufei smiled and did not say anything else. He agreed with Xia Lanlan, but he was sure that even if Qin Shui was not as powerful as Xia Yu, the difference was limited. Otherwise, she would not have advanced so quickly. The last time he saw Qin Shui, she was only at the peak of the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm. Furthermore, her cultivation was unstable and far from the half-step nascent soul realm. However, she was now at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. How long had it been? No one dared to trigger the heavenly punishment casually. Even the super geniuses of the rank 9 sects did not dare to be careless. Only when one's mental state was perfect and had great confidence would they dare to trigger the heavenly punishment. However, Qin Shui did it so quickly, Duan Yufei did not know if her foundation was stable or not. However, being able to trigger the heavenly punishment in such a short time and successfully pass, it was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. 8 minutes. Qin Shui became the second disciple to successfully reach the top. Furthermore, she only used 8 minutes and was second only to Gu Xing. With such potential, Qin Shui had truly become the focus of everyone's attention. Even some of the super geniuses of the rank 9 sects looked at Qin Shui with astonishment. Many people thought of Qin Shui's identity as a rogue cultivator. Listen up, Qin Shui is only in her early 20s and has already reached the nascent soul realm. Furthermore, she has such potential. Even in our Yuan Gate, she is considered a top genius. After stepping into the city in the sky, if you meet her, invite her to join our Yuan Gate. Let her enjoy the treatment of a core disciple and tell her that I said so. You understand? Yes, senior brother. The dozens of Yuan Gate disciples replied at the same time when they heard Chu Qingtian's message. Senior brother, what if she doesn't agree? Before you came, I invited her to form a team, but was rejected. Do I need to say that? Although his potential is high, he is only at the early nascent soul stage. After you come out, leave her to me. Remember, just capture her. Don't touch her. Chu Qingtian's lips curled up slightly, and an evil glint flashed in his eyes. Yes, everyone was slightly taken aback and hurriedly responded. They knew what kind of person Chu Qingtian was. They didn't dare to be dissatisfied with Chu Qingtian's overbearingness. Even the disciples who had thoughts about Qin Shui could only put away these thoughts. Chu Qingtian was the future sect master of the Yuan Gate. Who would dare to offend him? Very good, very good. A rogue cultivator at the early nascent soul stage. With such potential and such beauty, she is simply a perfect Taoist companion for me. While Chen Hao was briefing the Yuan Gate disciples, the floating Mist Sect's half-step incarnation stage, super genius, Gu He stared at Qin Shui, who had drifted to Chen Hao's side, with bright eyes as he thought to himself. Soon, he sent a message to all the disciples of the floating Mist Sect other than Gu Xing. There were many similar situations like Yuan Gate and floating Mist Sect. Qin Shui would never have thought that her shocking performance would directly push her to the heart of the struggle. Of course, even if she knew, she would still do it and wouldn't care at all. The test continued. The rankings on the Silver Pagoda Monument were constantly changing. What shocked everyone was that the number of disciples who managed to reach the top of the Pagoda Monument this time had far exceeded the previous times. When the number of disciples reached 6,000, another 8 disciples had reached the top. Out of these 8 people, 6 of them were from the top 10 grade, 9 sects, including Gu He. 2 of them were super geniuses from grade 8 sects. However, Gu Xing and Qin Shui's first and second positions were still unshakable. This situation continued until Wu Ruochen from the Sky Sword sect appeared. However, he only surpassed Qin Shui by a small margin and still couldn't shake Gu Xing's position. This made Wu Ruochen's expression very ugly. When the 70th round began, it was finally Chu Qingtian's turn. It's finally my turn. Ha ha. When the light beam locked onto Chu Qingtian said proudly. His sharp gaze was filled with disdain as he looked at Wu Ruochen. Finally, his gaze landed on Gu Xing provocatively. The first place can only belong to me, Chu Qingtian. It will still be the first place during the intersect competition. Chu Qingtian's arrogant voice resounded throughout the area. With a whoosh, he stepped into the testing tower. I have cultivated the heavenly domination technique to the greater completion realm. Who can stop me? The first place will definitely be mine. So what if it takes 7 minutes? Chu Qingtian took a deep breath and thought to himself as he stepped into the testing tower. So fast. Impressive. As expected of Chu Qingtian. I'm afraid Gu Xing won't be able to keep his first place. In just 3 minutes, close to 10,000 disciples widened their eyes in shock. Although many people were unhappy with Chu Qingtian's arrogance, they couldn't help but admire Chu Qingtian's strength. Just like the Yuan sect's dominance, Chu Qingtian passed through the levels with irresistible force. In just 3 minutes, he reached the 5th level. In 3.5 minutes, he reached the 6th level. This speed was more than 10 seconds faster than Gu Xing. Impossible! How can Chu Qingtian be so fast? Wu Ruochen clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. Although the results weren't out yet, Chu Qingtian would definitely be the first. He could tolerate losing to Gu Xing. However, he couldn't tolerate losing to Chu Qingtian. The reason was simple. It was because of Xia Yuyu. His and Chu Qingtian's sects had already expressed their intentions to the Ling Tian sect by marriage. Although Xia Lingfeng had temporarily rejected the marriage because of Xia Yuyu's cultivation, they both knew that they were each other's biggest competitors. Could it be that his heavenly domination technique has been cultivated to the greater completion realm? Gu Xing and Wu Ruochen thought to themselves at the same time. The heavenly domination technique was the Yuan sect's ultimate earth rank unique technique. Only disciples who were qualified to become the next sect leader could cultivate it. Any disciple who cultivated this technique would possess an aura of supremacy. When it was cultivated to the greater completion realm, its power would be even more terrifying. It was the most powerful, unique technique that could be cultivated before the primordial soul stage. Amazing! I'm afraid Chu Qingtian will reach the top in about 6 minutes. Chen Shui looked at Chen Hao and said softly, My mother said that there would be countless super geniuses in the world when the great era arrives. It's true. The number of people who reached the top this year and the time it took to reach the top has far surpassed the previous years. I'm afraid Chu Qingtian will break the previous records. This is just the eastern mainland. The western mainland and the southern sea islands might be even stronger than us. Even if I reach the peak of the advanced, nascent soul stage, I'll only gain battle experience. At most, I'll be able to reach Gu Xing's level. Unless I can raise my carving mental cultivation method to the 4th stage. Why? Are you confident that you can surpass him? Chen Shui couldn't help but ask when she saw Chen Hao's expression. I'll know after I try, Chen Hao said non-committally. However, the confidence in his eyes made Chen Shui understand that Chen Hao wasn't as simple as he made himself out to be. However, although Chen Shui believed that Chen Hao's insane talent would allow him to reach the top, it would be extremely difficult for him to surpass Chu Qingtian. She wasn't even sure if he could surpass her. After all, although this was a test of potential, the higher one's cultivation was the more experience one had. Relatively speaking, one's comprehension would also increase. Naturally, one would be able to pass the test faster. However, Chen Hao's gaze made Chen Shui feel a sense of anticipation. It seemed that every time she thought she had seen him clearly, he would exceed her expectations. Would it be the same this time? Ha ha ha! After 6 minutes, Chu Qingtian's arrogant laughter could be heard from the top of the testing tower. Some of the more powerful disciples had reached the top before they could even complete the test. They had surpassed Gu Xing, who was ranked first, and reached the top with absolute superiority. In terms of time, Chu Qingtian was undeniably the first. This was indeed the case. When all the disciples had completed their tests, the silver tower tablet shone with a resplendent light. Chu Qingtian's name replaced Gu Xing's and became a high and mighty existence. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but when Chu Qingtian slowly flew towards the area where the Yuan Gate disciples were located, the corners of his mouth curled into an arrogant smile. His gaze paused on Chen Shui's face for a moment. When the number of disciples had reached 9,000, the number of people who reached the top increased to 15 as the test drew to a close. Chu Qingtian was ranked first, Gu Xing was ranked second, Wu Ruochen was ranked third, and Chen Shui was ranked fourth. No one else could shake their positions. At this moment, under Chen Shui's expectant gaze, it was finally Chen Hao's turn. She wasn't excited at all when she was taking her own test. Instead, it was Chen Hao's test that made her heart beat faster. Could Chen Hao create another miracle? TSK. This kid is finally going up. Brothers, take a guess. Which level will he reach? When Chen Hao flew towards the testing tower, the cultivators standing near Chen Hao and Chen Shui began to discuss without restraint. Originally, although Chen Hao had killed Fan Fong when he was in the advanced, nascent soul stage, it was nothing to these super geniuses. At most, they would take a few more glances. However, Chen Shui's intimacy with Chen Hao made them extremely jealous. At this moment, how could they not belittle her? It didn't matter whether they got it or not. At least, they couldn't let a fresh flower be stuck in cow dung. Level 5 at most. This kind of genius is just a low-ranking sex genius. If he were in our sect, he wouldn't even be worth a fart. He's only a few streets away from me. Are you kidding? I've only reached level 5. How can he compare to me? I think he'll be eliminated at level 4. He's just a super genius from a third-rank sect. How dare he come here to participate? Unfortunately, this isn't something that can be accomplished with courage alone. Haha, it's really possible. Look, many people have already reached level 2, but this guy is still on level 1. According to the odds, I'm afraid he'll be the first to be eliminated. Chen Shui frowned slightly. On one hand, the crowd was deliberately mocking Chen Hao. On the other hand, what really made Chen Shui frown was that Chen Hao had been on level 1 for too long. Just like what those people had said, with this kind of performance, he would probably be the first to be eliminated. What was going on? I'll update 1 chapter today. I owe 15 chapters. I apologize again. After the 17th, I'll start to repay the debt. I really can't do anything these few days. During the 10 days in Chengdu, Wu Shan couldn't go out to write. My daughter only pestered me. She didn't even want her mother anymore. Wu Shan was miserable. I returned to Kunming yesterday. Tomorrow, I'll go to Nanjing to attend the publishing house's annual meeting. I'll probably return to Kunming on the 17th. These few days, without his daughter pestering him, Wu Shan tried to find time to write and maintain 1 chapter a day. When I return on the 17th, I'll settle the accounts and start to repay the debt. I hope everyone can bear with it for a while. I'm very sorry. I'll leave in shame. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. calm to vote. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 274. Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan were equally puzzled. Although they did not know Chen Hao as well as Qin Shui did, they still knew a little about him. He was only 18 years old and could kill Fan Fong, who was half a step away from the nascent soul stage when he was only in the advanced golden elixir stage. How could his potential be low? Although he might not be able to reach the top, it was normal for him to reach the 9th or 10th level. However, many disciples had already reached the 2nd level, while Chen Hao was still on the 1st level. Judging by the time, it was very likely that he would be eliminated on the 4th or 5th level. The moment Chen Hao stepped into the testing tower, a 3,000-meter long, narrow passage appeared in front of him. At the same time, a mysterious and terrifying aura poured directly into Chen Hao's glabella. Chen Hao could clearly feel that this aura had locked onto his body. In an instant, a puppet with a metallic luster appeared in the middle of the passage. It did not have any aura of life, but it was emitting a terrifying aura. 3,000 meters. Under this pressure, even without the puppet blocking the way, it would take 10 seconds to fly across. Within 55 seconds, I have to pass through the puppet. Since this is a comprehensive test of one's state of mind, willpower, comprehension, combat talent, and physical talent, there must be a connection between the 10 levels. Chen Hao, who had gone through the 7th level of the 7 Stars Palace, was instantly sure after sensing the aura on the 1st level of the testing tower. The puppets that were added between each level of the testing tower must be a combination of formations and combat skills. Moreover, from what Qin Shui had told him, although the time taken to pass the test was one of the main factors in assessing one's potential, it was not the only factor. Moreover, the people who had just taken the test had also confirmed this point. Among the 15 people who had reached the top, there were those who had taken longer to reach the top. Although there was not much difference in the time taken, at least it showed that time was not the only factor. Not daring to waste any time, Chen Hao rushed towards the puppet in the middle of the tunnel like a bolt of lightning. When he was still 300 meters away, Chen Hao unsheathed his sword and slashed out, using only 60% of his strength. He was very clear that this puppet's strength and essence force were on par with his. The only difference was in absolute arts and adaptability. With Chen Hao's talent, he could definitely defeat him in a few moves, but Chen Hao was not in a hurry to do so. Sharpening a knife won't delay the work of cutting firewood. On the 1st floor, there was only one puppet, which was undoubtedly the easiest way for Chen Hao to understand the characteristics of the puppet's battle formation. Therefore, he had to force the puppets to use all of their moves, because these moves would be a part of the puppets' combined moves in the later levels. 50 seconds later, the puppet began to repeat the first move of its mysterious but obviously incomplete moves. When it reached the first move, Chen Hao suddenly pushed the first move of the 7-star sword art to the limit and easily pierced through the puppet's head. He rushed to the 2nd floor as fast as he could, and in about 59 seconds, he barely passed the 2nd floor. 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, 2 people, 4 people, 8 people. Chen Hao persevered until the last second to pass and killed all of them. Among the 100 testers, more than 10 were eliminated on the 4th floor. Apart from those people, Chen Hao was the last to enter the 5th floor. No way, he can enter the 5th floor like this? It's similar to what I expected. The 5th floor is his limit. He'll definitely be eliminated on this floor. He's only 1 second away every time. He won't be so lucky every time. Qin Shui, Duan Yufei, and Xia Lanlan were worried for Chen Hao every time he entered the next floor at the last second. However, after 4 consecutive times, the 3 of them were no longer nervous, but expectant. The three of them more or less understood Chun Hao. They were originally very surprised by Chun Hao's performance, but now they understood that Chun Hao was definitely doing it on purpose. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be a 1-second difference every time. The three of them thought that Chun Hao was hiding his strength, but they didn't know the real reason why Chun Hao slowed down. Another 59 seconds later, the fifth floor, 16 puppets were all killed again. Chun Hao stepped into the sixth floor. 32 people. The moment he stepped in, Chun Hao's eyes shone brightly. He felt the pressure doubled again. His state of mind was clear, and there was no fear at all. This set of formation combination combat skills definitely surpasses the 7-star sword formation by more than a few times. The number of people on each floor is doubled. It's impossible to kill all of them. The only way is to use the fastest speed to find the weakness of their cooperation. This must be the test of comprehension. Being able to find the weakness quickly and think of the best way to deal with it is the test of combat strength. Mind, willpower, and physical talent are all tests at all times. Chun Hao's brain was calculating rapidly. The pressure on each floor increased exponentially. Moreover, the longer he stayed, the greater the impact of the invisible pressure on his mind. It was definitely the greatest test of one's state of mind and willpower. The strength of the attacks on each battle was a test of one's physical talent. If one's combat strength was outstanding, they could definitely pass through faster. However, by doing so, the pressure on one's state of mind and willpower would be smaller, and it wouldn't be a real test. I'll kill as many as I can. I'll persist for as long as I can. This test is definitely not a test of time to measure one's results. Being fast is just a result of having a strong combat strength. It can't be. How is this possible? The 10th floor. This Chun Hao actually reached the 9th floor. He passed every floor at the last second. Could it be that he did it on purpose? Amazing! I really didn't expect this Chun Hao to be able to wait until the 10th floor. If he intentionally passed the first 9 floors at the last second, he definitely wouldn't have a problem reaching the top. When Chun Hao struggled and dangerously reached the 10th floor at the last second, everyone was shocked. This was because Chun Hao was the only one who was still taking the test. The others, including the super geniuses who had reached the 10th floor, had already finished their tests. At this moment, those fellows near Chen Shui that ridiculed and looked down upon Chun Hao had shut their mouths since a long time ago. There was utterly no need for anyone to counterattack the words from before, and it was like they were slapping their own mouths. So how could they have the face to say it? They were only shocked, especially when they thought that Chun Hao might have purposely entered the next floor at the last second. They were so shocked and ashamed that they wanted to hide themselves. Time passed second by second. Chu Qingtian, Gu Xing, and the rest were all paying attention to the testing tower that Chun Hao was in. They didn't know how Chun Hao did it every time at the last second. They also didn't know why Chun Hao did it. However, everyone, including Chu Qingtian, felt threatened. This was because, as super geniuses, they naturally knew that although the time taken to pass the testing tower could roughly determine the results of the test, it wasn't really determined by time. When they were in the tower, they had all raised their fighting power to the maximum and used their fastest speed to pass the test. This was because no one could withstand the increasingly terrifying pressure for too long. It had a huge impact on their bodies. The longer they stayed in the tower, the more their mental state would be affected. Naturally, the power they could unleash would be reduced. Who dared to stay in the tower for too long? Yufei, do you think he can reach the top? Xia Lanlin's face was filled with anticipation and excitement as she asked softly. He should be able to. Once he reaches the top, his ranking should be very, very high. I really didn't expect Chun Hao's potential to be so great. Even if he can't reach the top, his results will still be very high. The only thing he lacks is his fighting talent. No, to be exact, he lacks a high-level secret art. A rank 3 sect is really burying his potential. When Chun Hao stepped into the 10th level, Xia Lanlan and Duan Yufei both spoke softly. The standard to measure one's fighting talent, other than one's ability to adapt, was more important to look at one's own secret art. Being able to cultivate a powerful secret art would definitely increase one's fighting power exponentially. The higher one's fighting power was, the stronger his fighting talent. This was undeniable. However, Chun Hao was only a rank 3 sect. How many powerful secret arts could he have? In Duan Yufei's opinion, Chun Hao's 7-star finger sword was probably his strongest secret art. In this aspect, he couldn't be compared to Chu Qingtian and the rest. He's not simple. At least in terms of temperament and willpower, I can't compare to him. When Chun Hao stepped into the 10th level for 50 seconds, he stared at the lone star in the testing tower. His eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself. Uffed. Chun Hao spat out another mouthful of blood. Last 10 seconds. If I can't find the weakness, I can only force my way through. Chun Hao's figure was as fast as lightning as he shuttled through the joint attacks of the 512 puppets. He felt the pressure that was as heavy as mountains and seas. Every attack caused his body and mind to suffer great pain. Even though his temperament was as firm as a rock, he was still greatly affected. After 50 seconds, even with his comprehension, he couldn't find the puppet's weakness. This joint formation was definitely several times stronger than the 7-star finger sword formation. It was almost perfect. Fortunately, it wasn't the combined attacks of the 512 puppets. Otherwise, no matter how tough his body was, he would have been blasted into pieces. Nobody is perfect. The moon is full, and there is no perfect existence in this world. It's the same for formations. There must be a weakness in this formation. Where is it? The immense pressure caused Chun Hao's brain to work at a terrifying speed. His soul consciousness, eyes, intuition were all activated to the extreme. However, he didn't find anything. Every part was perfect and flawless. 10 seconds. In reality, Chun Hao only had 5 seconds. In the remaining 5 seconds, he had to sprint to the finish line with all his strength. Otherwise, even if he broke through the blockade of the puppets, he wouldn't be able to reach the top, because he would exceed the time limit. It's repeated. Connect. Just when there were only 7 seconds left and Chun Hao was prepared to use his strongest trump card, the platinum sky-piercing slash, to force his way through, his eyes lit up. He discovered the weakness of the 512 puppets. That was connecting. After the combination attack had circulated for an entire cycle, the moment it began to repeat, there was an insignificant pause. However, Chun Hao was able to catch this pause. Kill. The platinum sky-piercing slash that was already prepared was suddenly released, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 275. The sharp sword light turned into a stream of light like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens and slashed at the weak point. Boom. With a single strike, the countless puppets were unable to react at all. In an instant, over 100 heads flew into the air. Chun Hao used the last of his strength to pass through the dense crowd of puppets and rushed to the finish line. Even though these puppets were no longer perfect after breaking the combined attack, and they were no longer a threat to Chun Hao was unable to continue killing them. This was because with Chun Hao's current strength, he could only use the platinum heaven-splitting slash 3 times at his peak condition. However, he did not have much energy left after all this time. He only had less than half of his energy left when he used this attack. Moreover, he did not have any time to waste. Otherwise, he would exceed the time limit. At the last second, the heavily injured and weak Chun Hao stepped into the exit that was shining with a bright white light. The moment his body was wrapped up, Chun Hao clearly felt that not only was his energy replenished, it had also surpassed his peak condition before he stepped into the tower. He reached the top. When Chun Hao appeared at the top of the tower in 59 seconds, the shock in everyone's hearts was indescribable. However, what shocked them even more was that Chun Hao's name appeared at the top of the silver tower. First place. He had surpassed the number 1 genius of the Yuan Gate, Chu Qingtian, and appeared in first place. Buzzing sounds of discussion filled with disbelief instantly resounded among the close to 10,000 cultivators. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the figure that floated in front of Chen Shui. At this moment, even though many people didn't want to admit it, their feelings had completely changed. The handsome Chun Hao and Chen Shui no longer felt like a fresh flower stuck in cow dung when they were together. There was only a perfect pair, a match made in heaven. He passed the test in 9 minutes and 50 seconds and is actually in first place. Oh my God! Is he really a genius from a third-grade sect? This is unbelievable. His ranking actually surpassed Chu Qingtian, who is only at the advanced golden core stage. I wonder what rank Chen Hao will get when the results of the Western mainland and the Southern Sea Islands are out. He should be able to enter the top 10, right? Or maybe even better. No matter what, our Eastern continent's results this time will definitely be the best we've ever had. I'm really looking forward to it. No wonder that Chen Shui favors him so much. Both of them are first-rate super geniuses. They're practically a match made in heaven. He actually surpassed me. This was definitely not true potential. It was me who pursued speed too much. If I could slow down, how could he possibly surpass me? Humph. A tiny little advanced stage golden core, realm cultivator, wants to seize my karmic luck. He's simply courting death. What match made in heaven? Chun Shui is definitely going to be my concubine. Since that's the case, I'll just kill her. I want to see how a dead person is going to snatch my fortune. Chu Qingtian's gaze contained a trace of undetectable viciousness. He stared at Chun Hao, whom he had not paid any attention to, and thought to himself. Then, he gave another order to the disciples of the sect. At the very least, he couldn't kill Chun Hao in this place. This Chun Hao is actually so strong. Yu seems to be paying attention to him too, since the Ling Tian sect has long valued him, his talent and age. If Wu Ruochen's eyes flickered as he pondered in his heart. A moment later, he raised his eyebrows and said to himself, "No, if this brat is allowed to grow, he might become a threat to me. He's no less a threat than Chu Qingtian." Similarly, there were also some people who could not bear to see such a genius in a low-grade sect and wanted to kill Chun Hao out of jealousy. Of course, most of them were disciples who had fantasies about Chen Shui, the sectless cultivator. Although nobody showed it at this moment, the subtle hostility and killing intent made Chun Hao frown slightly. In the Ling Tian sect, apart from Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan, the other super geniuses were shocked. At the same time, they deeply admired Xia Nantian and sect leader Xia Lingfeng for standing up for Chun Hao. You have to be careful. Chun Shui, who was close to Chun Hao, used her sharp soul perception to naturally sense the hostility and killing intent surging from the surroundings. While she was shocked by Chun Hao's talent, she reminded him through voice transmission. "Don't worry," Chun Hao said softly and did not say much. He had already expected this when he decided to fight for it without holding back. However, he did not expect it to be so serious. It was impossible to say that he did not feel pressured. He had no chance of winning against powerhouses above the mastery nascent soul stage. But if it was to save his life, he could still do it. In less than an hour, all the cultivators from the eastern mainland had finally completed the test. The disciples who were ranked within the top 1,000 were qualified to enter the Sky City to train. Disciples who are ranked within the top 1,000 can come and get your communication talisman. The Sky City should be opening soon. Hurry up, Chu Qingtian said proudly. Upon hearing Chu Qingtian's words, many disciples who were qualified rushed towards him. However, nearly half of the disciples did not move. This was especially so for the grade 9 sects and some powerful grade 8 sections. They did not have any intention of getting their talismans. The so-called leadership and unity was only a superficial formality. To the genius disciples, no one was willing to be under the leadership of others. Chen Hao and Chen Shui were even more unlikely to get their talismans. After an hour, the silver pagoda tablet shone brightly again. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the pagoda tablet. Everyone knew that the final ranking of the Eastern Mainland, Western Mainland, and Southern Sea Islands who were qualified to enter the Sky City was about to be released. Where would Chen Hao, Chu Qingtian, and the rest be ranked? Without a doubt, this was the question that everyone was most concerned about. For the past few batches, the Eastern Mainland's overall strength was the weakest. The disciple with the highest ranking did not even enter the top 10. The super geniuses of the Southern Sea Islands were always at the top. At the very least, they took up 6 spots in the top 10. Most of them had 7 or 8 spots. The rest were taken up by the Western Mainland. However, this time, Chen Hao and Chu Qingtian, especially Chen Hao's shocking performance, made everyone look forward to it. After all, there might be people who were hostile towards Chen Hao. However, to outsiders, this concerned the reputation of the entire Eastern Mainland. Most people still hoped that Chen Hao and Chu Qingtian could enter the top 10, 6th, 10th. When the final ranking on the Silver Pagoda tablet was fixed, the crowd was in an uproar. Chen Hao's name not only entered the top 10, but also the top 6. Chu Qingtian also entered the top 10. The Eastern Mainland had achieved the best result in the past 1,000 years. I'm only 6th. Chen Hao, who was also looking forward to it, was not excited at all when he saw his own ranking. On the contrary, his black eyes shone with a tinge of seriousness. You're still not satisfied? Seeing Chen Hao's expression, Chen Shui said, "This is already the best result in the past 1,000 years in the Eastern Mainland. The cultivation conditions of the Southern Sea Islands are much better than ours. Moreover, many of their super geniuses contain the power of ancient bloodlines. Their physical talents are comparable to demonic beasts when they are born. They are much stronger than us. The Western Mainland is also stronger than us, but you are only at the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Although this test is to test one's potential, the higher your cultivation, the more experience you have, and the more powerful you are. Other than you, the top 10 are all experts who are half a step into the nascent soul realm. You should be satisfied. Be careful." You too. While Chen Shui was speaking, the Silver Pagoda tablet had already emitted rays of resplendent light that enveloped all the qualified disciples. In the void, a gigantic light door with a diameter of 10,000 feet appeared. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, 1,000 disciples swarmed towards the light door like a swarm of locusts. Chen Hao felt that the space around him was twisted. His vision, hearing, and senses were temporarily deafened. Then he appeared in a boundless area of floating clouds, as if he was in the middle of a deep forest. The heaven and earth spirit chi was so dense that it shocked Chen Hao. There were many huge trees, and even the shortest one was hundreds of feet tall and dozens of feet wide. Other than that, there was also an endless amount of demonic beasts. Such dense space spirit chi. Glancing around, Chen Hao's gaze locked onto a sword-shaped plant that was stuck in the ground like a great sword. It was silver in color, shining with a faint metallic luster. If it were not for the fact that it was swaying in the wind, people might have mistaken it for a great sword. But what surprised Chen Hao the most was that this sword-shaped plant contained an extremely dense space spirit chi. Could it be the empty space spirit grass? Chen Hao thought about the introduction of spiritual items in the sex information and said in surprise, "Not bad. It is indeed the sky spirit plant. Master, this sky city is indeed magical. No wonder you cultivators are fighting so hard to get in here. This sky spirit plant contains a lot of space spirit chi, which is very useful for learning the truth of the space element. Any one of them could be sold at the price of a low-rank spiritual item. There are hundreds of them here." With Chen Hao's permission, Ido Ta spread out his senses and said excitedly in Chen Hao's mind, "I have already touched a little bit of the truth of the space element. This is great. With these sky spirit plants, I might be able to learn it in one go." Without any hesitation, Chen Hao's body flashed and rushed towards the sky spirit plants. He activated his space-absorbing palm, and all of a sudden, the sky spirit plants were uprooted. Chen Hao did not even look at them as he put them into his storage space. Boom! A wool. Just as Chen Hao put away the last sky spirit plant, accompanied by a loud beast roar, the ground within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly exploded. A khaki-colored demonic beast, which looked like a pangolin that had expanded countless times, rushed to the sky, opened its big mouth full of fangs, and tried to swallow Chen Hao. Chen Hao was not surprised at all. Spiritual items all had demonic beasts accompanying them. How could there not be hundreds of sky spirit plants? Unhurriedly, he threw out a punch. Boom! The true essence condensed by Chen Hao, which was 90% of his strength, immediately repelled the demonic beast. However, to Chen Hao's surprise, although the huge fist shadow made by the true essence made contact with the demonic beast's body, it was swallowed and dissolved by the small space vortex that gushed out of the demonic beast's body. The demonic beast was not hurt at all. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 276. Qi. Since his first punch had failed, Chen Hao formed a sword with his finger and performed the 7-star sword finger. This attack was still 90% of his strength, but it was several times sharper than a casual punch. In Chen Hao's mind, even if he couldn't kill the beast, he could at least severely injure it. But to his surprise, just as the 3 sword fingers were about to make contact with the demonic beast's head, an even more powerful spatial vortex appeared on the demonic beast's body and neutralized Chen Hao's attack. This ancient demonic beast is powerful. It is only at the peak of the late-stage golden core stage. I have already cultivated the 7-star finger sword to the initial stage, and its attack power has definitely increased by more than 5 times. I can even kill an early-stage, nascent soul-stage demonic beast with ease, but it is useless against this ancient demonic beast. The spatial vortex formed by the ancient demonic beast's body seemed to be able to devour all energy and made Chen Hao's attack unable to display even 30% of its power. Roar. After being forced back twice by a puny human, the ancient demonic beast roared and opened its bloody mouth in anger. It spat out a violent vortex of energy. What powerful spatial energy! Chen Hao was shocked. The ancient demonic beast's attack didn't charge toward Chen Hao. Instead, it formed a massive vortex in front of its mouth. It was like a black hole and contained a terrifying devouring power. In almost an instant, Chun Hao felt as if his essence was being devoured and his body was being drawn toward the demonic beast uncontrollably. The energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 10,000 feet surged toward the black hole. What powerful spatial fluctuations! 100 kilometers away, a voice that had just stepped into Sky City exclaimed in surprise after sensing the energy fluctuations. This must be one of the treasured lands in this area. Who could have been teleported to a better location than me? Could it be Jian Wufiai? The figure frowned, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! His body flashed, and he quickly flew toward the source of the energy fluctuations. When a cultivator was teleported to Sky City, it was usually related to their cultivation base and ranking. Those who weren't far away were usually people with similar strength and potential. In another direction, a few dozen kilometers away from Chun Hao, a beautiful woman stared at the sky, where Chun Hao was. A hint of surprise appeared on her face as she muttered, "Such a strong spatial fluctuation. Someone must have been teleported directly to the treasure land. No one in the Western continent can compare to me. He must be a super genius from the South Sea Islands. I'd like to see for myself." These two people were Liao Guangye and Jian Wufei, the two super geniuses of the Western continent, who were only half a step away from the nascent soul stage. How is this possible? At the same time, in a place less than 20 miles away from where Chun Hao was, a young disciple with an extremely powerful aura stared into the void and frowned. Someone actually teleported to a better location than me, regardless of potential or combat strength. There's absolutely no one in the Golden Core realm that can compare to me, Yu Chengfeng. How is this possible? Could it be that an absolute genius had appeared in the Western continent? No, he must be a disciple who has just stepped into the early nascent soul stage and has great potential. Otherwise, there is no way he can be better than me. Humph! You're just an early nascent soul realm cultivator. As long as you're not from the Southern Sea Islands, you'll have to die. Hiss! As soon as this voice finished speaking, it was as if space itself had been torn apart and the person suddenly disappeared. This young disciple was a half-step nascent soul stage cultivator from the South Sea Islands who was ranked in the top 8 of the Tower of Testing. He was ranked slightly lower than Chun Hao Yu Chengfeng. In the South Sea Islands, he was even more famous than the super geniuses of the core disciples. He had killed countless early nascent soul stage cultivators and even killed some mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. His body was surrounded by a murderous aura that was almost tangible. Even opponents of similar strength would find it difficult to use their full strength under his murderous aura and could only be killed. Other than these 3 people, there were 6 others. 4 of them were early nascent soul stage cultivators from the South Sea Islands. 1 was early nascent soul stage cultivator from the Western continent. And the last one was wearing a blue dress. It was Chun Shui, who had just stepped into the nascent soul stage. Including Chun Hao, a total of 10 people were teleported to nearby areas. A mere late Golden Core stage cultivator was teleported to this area. How is this possible? And he's even a disciple from the Eastern continent. In a short while, Yu Chengfeng arrived near Chun Hao. He concealed his presence and stood in the air as he stared at Chun Hao, who was fighting a primordial demonic beast. He thought in shock. To be able to teleport here, he must be a Golden Core stage cultivator or early nascent soul stage cultivator with similar results as me. But this kid is only at the late Golden Core stage. How could he be here? Could it be that his potential ranking is higher than mine? In Yu Qingfeng's opinion, The other party should be at least an early nascent soul stage super genius. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be teleported to a better location than him. But now the young man in front of him was only at the late golden core stage, and his appearance was definitely 1 or 2 years younger than him. Although this ancient beast is only at the peak of the late golden core stage, the ancient aura and space attribute essence that it contains are probably at the peak of the initial stage. The precious spirit herbs nearby must have been obtained by this kid. Once this beast is killed, the cultivation cave will open. Humph, I want to see how this kid kills it. Yu Chengfeng slowly released his aura. His gaze was like a mantis stalking a cicada. He stood in the void and looked at Chun. How mockingly. He knew very well that with such a big commotion, it would not be long before some super geniuses with similar strength arrived. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make a move. As long as they were not from the Southern Sea Islands, they would all die. When the time came, he would be the one to enter the small grotto heaven and obtain the spirit herbs. He had absolute confidence in his strength. At this moment, a blue figure appeared strangely on the other side. When Yu Chengfeng saw this figure, his eyes suddenly lit up. The second person to arrive was Chun Shui. Chun Shui was originally further away than the others, but she had the advantage of speed. Moreover, when she sensed the spatial fluctuations, she vaguely felt that it was definitely Chun Hao who had increased his speed to the limit. After all, although Yu Chengfeng and the others knew that Chun Hao was ranked 6th on the pagoda tablet, they did not know that Chun Hao was at the golden core stage. Therefore, Chun Shui was almost certain that Chun Hao was the only one who could teleport to such a good location. Moreover, this was just the beginning. As time passed, if she and Chun Hao wanted to obtain greater gains, they would have to continue to go deeper. By then, they would encounter mid-stage or even late-stage nascent soul realm experts, which was extremely dangerous. Therefore, if she could be with Chun Hao, they could rely on each other. When Yu Chengfeng looked at Chun Shui also noticed Yu Chengfeng's malicious gaze, but she ignored it and flew directly to Chun Hao, who was immersed in the battle, waiting for him. She was quite speechless about Chun Hao. When she came in, she had already made it very clear to Chun Hao that, in the Sky Castle, with their strength, they could only keep a low profile if they wanted to protect themselves. However, Chun Hao knew that such an intense battle would attract the nearby super geniuses of the same level, but he still immersed himself in the battle without any scruples. Others could not tell, but Chun Shui knew that Chun Hao was not fighting with all his strength. Instead, he was deliberately entangled with the ancient demonic beast, obviously trying to understand the mysteries of the space attribute from the ancient demonic beast. Brother Yu, whoosh whoosh. A few others arrived one after another. Among them, there were 4 early-stage nascent soul realm disciples. When they saw Yu Chengfeng, they immediately flew to his side. Although their cultivation levels were higher than Yu Chengfeng's, their eyes were full of respect, but their hearts were filled with shock and confusion. Originally, they all thought that the one who caused the commotion was Yu Chengfeng, so they came to get a share of the loot. However, they did not expect that the one who was fighting with the ancient demonic beast was a young late-stage golden core realm disciple. Wu Fei, I'm very happy to meet you. He. When the western mainland disciple, Liao Guangya, saw the familiar figure, he immediately flew over and said with a smile. Jian Wu Fei nodded and did not say anything. Her gaze slowly swept past Yu Chengfeng and the others and finally landed on Chun Hao. The other half-step, nascent, soul realm disciple from the western mainland also flew to the 2 of them. Brother Yu, it is said that each region corresponds to a small cultivation grotto heaven. The number of people sent to this region is usually 10. The closer the location is to the small cultivation grotto heaven, the stronger the overall strength. However, there are also accidents and luck. This kid is only at the late-stage Golden Core realm, so his potential is not bad. However, luck is even better. Otherwise, he would not have found it before Brother Yu. Of course, Brother Yu is the #1 inner disciple in the Southern Sea Islands. Who can compare to him? Brother Yu, let's kill these guys. There are 5 of us, 3 from the Western mainland, and 2 from the Eastern mainland. It is not a ratio at all. We just need to get a share of the loot. In the Southern Sea Islands, a disciple looked at Liao, Guangye, and Chun Hao and said in a relaxed tone. From the looks of it, it was as if killing 5 people was an extremely easy task. You guys go and take down the 3 from the Western mainland. Kill the man and leave the girl. The 2 from the Eastern mainland are not in a hurry. I will take care of them later. Okay. Humph, arrogant. Tell me your name. I want to see what is so great about the Southern Sea Islands. Liao Guangye heard the provocation and immediately said in a furious tone, especially when Yu Chengfeng's tone made it clear that he was interested in Jian Wufei. Chun Shui, who was standing near Chun Hao in a serious battle array, had her brows knit together tightly as a strong battle intent arose from her body. Her aura instantly became icy cold to the extreme as she stared at the 2 groups that seemed to be about to open fire. Ha! Your courage is commendable. How can you compare to the Southern Sea Islands? Listen up, this is the #1 genius of the Southern Sea Islands, Yu Changfeng. With his half-step nascent soul cultivation, he is ranked 8th in the test. As for the 4 of us, we are not people you can compare to. Cut the crap and accept your death obediently. Brothers, attack. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 4 of them charged towards Liao, Guangye, Jian Wufei, and the other disciple from the Western mainland. You are courting death. Jian Wufei let out a cold shout and suddenly attacked. When she heard Yu Chengfeng's name, she was indeed very surprised. However, whether it was her or Liao Guangye, they were both extremely arrogant geniuses. It was impossible for them to give up without a fight. Guaranteed. First update. As of yesterday, I owe everyone 23 chapters. I will continue to update today. I will try my best to repay my debt. I will guarantee at least 2 chapters a day. The extra chapters will be used to repay my debt. The second update will be tonight. I am very sorry. I have made everyone wait for so long. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 277. Geniuses all have arrogance that normal people don't have. Otherwise, they wouldn't be geniuses. When facing an opponent of similar strength, if they give in before the battle, they will lose their drive. How can a cultivator without drive become a genius? Plus, Jian Wufei's ranking was only 3 places lower than Yu Chengfeng's. She, who was half a step away from the nascent soul stage, was ranked 11th. Liao Guangye was ranked 26th and was second only to her in the Golden Core stage of the Western continent, with the addition of another nascent soul stage cultivator. Even if the 3 of them can't defeat Yu Chengfeng's group of 5, they can still retreat. What is there to fear? Jian Wufei stepped forward and stabbed out with her sword. Hiss! Good! Facing Jian Wufei's incoming disciple, he shouted in disdain and punched out. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted between the 2 of them. What the disciple from the South Sea Islands didn't expect was that Jian Wufei's seemingly casual slash actually contained an energy as vast as a mountain and as deep as an ocean. The moment they collided, his violent punch was shattered. Within the resplendent sword light, he seemed to see a majestic scene of mountains and rivers. It gave him a feeling that he couldn't be defeated, which terrified him to the extreme. But the punch was too late, and it was too late for him to dodge. Puff! In an instant, the disciple flew back like a kite with a broken string. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was heavily injured in one move. Oomph! Yu Chengfeng coldly snorted. When the disciple flew to his side, he waved his hand and sent out a beam of energy to catch him. He stared coldly at Jian Wufei and said, "You are a disciple of the Western Continent's Tianhe sect? If I'm not wrong, you are Jian Wufei, who was ranked 11th in the test? So what if I am?" Jian Wufei said coldly, "I didn't think that you would be able to learn the mountain river sword technique. You are worthy of me, Yu Chengfeng, making a move. I will give you two choices. One is to die. Two is to surrender and teach me the mountain river sword technique. Then I can spare your life. If you are obedient, I can make you one of my companions. How about it? Don't be in a hurry to answer. I will give you 1 minute to consider." Whoosh, Yu Cheng casually said. However, his words were overbearing and arrogant, as if he didn't put Jian Wufei and the others in his eyes at all. Just as he finished speaking, a fan mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a schwa sound, he opened it and gently fanned it. He looked at Jian Wufei with a mocking gaze. He looked like a pale-faced scholar who didn't have the strength to truss a chicken. However, the dense, murderous aura that surged around him destroyed this artistic conception. In fact, even Yu Chengfeng didn't dare to underestimate Jian Wufei. To severely injure an early nascent soul stage super genius with one move, even he would find it difficult to do so. This strength was definitely enough to contend with him. The reason was naturally the mountain river sword art. The mountain river sword technique was one of the most famous techniques of the Milky Way sect. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Without top-notch talent and comprehension, it was impossible to cultivate it successfully. Moreover, the basic conditions for cultivation were quite harsh. One had to be a swordsman who had comprehended sword essence. Once mastered, the sword would contain the sword Tao attribute that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. The sword Tao attribute was actually the sword Tao intent. Once one had the sword Tao intent, any casual attack would greatly affect the cultivator's state of mind, especially those with weak mental fortitude. The impact would be even greater. It would be difficult for them to even use 50% of their strength. The mountain river sword technique of the Milky Way sect contained the mountain river sword Tao attribute. One move, and the mountain river has me. It was safe to say that the test ranking didn't reflect Jian Wufei's true strength. The reason was simple. The puppets in the test tower had no emotions. They wouldn't be affected by the sword Tao intent. If it was a real person, Jian Wufei's ranking would definitely be higher. Just you? You'll have to get past me first. Hiss! Liao Guangye saw Jian Wufei's strength, and was both shocked and overjoyed. Therefore, even though he felt how terrifying Yu Chengfeng was, he still wanted to fight on Jian Wufei's behalf. Who do you think you are? CK off. Yu Chengfeng didn't move. Another early nascent soul stage cultivator stepped forward to meet Liao Guangye. The battle was about to begin. Jian Wufei's answer to Yu Chengfeng was her violent sword light. Every sword light contained the mountain river will. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying energy explosion wreaked havoc. Chun Shui, who was guarding Chun Hao, who was immersed in the battle, became a bystander. It had to be said that the two sides didn't put her and Chun Hao in their eyes at all. It was as if they wanted to, they could kill Chun Shui and Chun Hao at any time. Chun Hao naturally saw them coming. However, he was immersed in comprehending the space attribute of the ancient demonic beast and didn't want to be distracted. Even an idiot would know that such a powerful and mysterious ancient demonic beast was extremely rare. If he missed it, he wouldn't have another chance. Boom. Roar. Hiss, hiss, hiss. There was a loud sound, and the ancient demonic beast's cry. A dense energy spread out from Chun Hao's body. It was like a wave that swept out for hundreds of meters. The thick energy in the area seemed to be summoned and crazily rushed toward Chun Hao. What? He killed it? Everyone was shocked. They had already noticed the ancient demonic beast. Although it was only at the peak of the advanced stage of the Golden Core realm, it contained the space attribute. Based on Chun Hao's performance just now, it would take a long time to kill it. However, at this moment, it was killed in a moment of carelessness. What did the death of the ancient demonic beast mean? It meant that a small cultivation grotto heaven was about to appear. However, that wasn't what shocked them. What really shocked them was that Chun Hao, who was fighting with the ancient demonic beast, had entered the state of enlightenment that all cultivators dreamed of. Enlightenment! This kid entered a state of enlightenment at this moment. Kill him first. This kid must have great strength and potential to be able to come here. If he succeeds, it will be troublesome. Almost at the same time, the two sides, including Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei, stopped fighting and looked at Chun Hao. Not only did they want to kill Chun Hao, who had entered a state of enlightenment, they also wanted to fight for the grotto heaven that was about to appear. Shameless, what do you want? We don't have to fight for the grotto heaven, but don't interrupt his enlightenment. Boom. Energy exploded from Chun Shue's body. Her blue dress fluttered in the wind as she stood guard beside Chun Hao. Like an eagle protecting a chick, she opened her arms. Even Chun Shue didn't expect that Chun Hao would actually enter a state of epiphany when danger was lurking everywhere. If she was facing the cultivators of the eastern continent, she could still sternly warn them. However, facing the disciples of the Southern Sea Archipelago and the Western continent, who would abide by this conventional law of the cultivation world. However, her opponent hadn't made a move yet. She still held on to a sliver of hope. At this moment, the door to the grotto heaven suddenly appeared 1,000 feet above Chun Hao's head. It's open. Kill him. Yu Chengfeng waved his fan. Streaks of sharp wind blades containing dense killing intent and terrifying energy tore through the void. Jian Wufei stabbed out with her sword. Her sword light was infused with the mountain river sword Dao. It wasn't any weaker than Yu Qingfeng's attack. Their attacks were 1,000 feet apart, but they still rushed towards Chun Hao and Chun Hao. She took the lead. Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei clearly wanted to kill Chun Hao and Chun Hao together. They wanted to cut off the space between Chun Hao and the door to the grotto heaven. Even Yu Chengfeng didn't hesitate. Although he was greedy for Chun Shue's beauty, he knew that once Chun Shue, who was the closest to the door, entered, the door would close, and they would all lose their chance. As for the other 6 people, besides the guy who was injured by Jian Wufei, who was meditating and healing, the other 5 people also attacked. Chun Hao. Knowing that Chun Hao was destined to be interrupted, Chun Shue decisively shouted at Chun Hao. At the same time, she rushed towards Chun Hao as fast as lightning. She knew very well that those terrifying attacks were not something she could withstand. If she didn't dodge, she and Chun Hao would definitely be blasted to smithereens. Pung, pung, pung. Chun Hao, who was in the midst of his epiphany, was like a terrifying black hole. It was crazily devouring the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Every time Chun Shue got close, she would have to endure the attacks of the heaven and earth spiritual qi. However, she could only grit her teeth and rush over. It was also at this moment that Chun Hao, who was in the midst of his epiphany, also sensed a fatal threat. His eyes abruptly opened, filled with monstrous fury. He waved his hand to welcome Chen Shui, who was rushing over to hug him and escape, and hugged her instead. Boom! The violent energy around his body instantly formed a protective barrier. It forcefully blocked the attacks that were sealing him and the door to the grotto heaven. Pooh! 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 Arrows of blood shot out of Chen Hao's body without any suspense. In an instant, his body was covered in wounds. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, and several holes that almost penetrated his body appeared. The moment Chen Hao entered the grotto heaven, he turned around and looked at the shocked Yu Chengfeng, Jian Wufei, and the others who were madly rushing over. Just you wait. Hua! The moment Chen Hao rushed in with Chen Shui, the door to the grotto heaven disappeared. However, Chen Hao's cold voice rang out in everyone's ears. F***CK. How is this possible? Yu Chengfeng, Jian Wufei, and the others were dumbfounded. No one would have thought that Chen Hao would be able to bring Chen Shui into the grotto heaven with their combined strength. The combined attacks of several people, especially those of Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei, should have been able to instantly blast the two of them to smithereens. However, Chen Hao had actually protected Chen Shui and rushed into the grotto heaven. From those terrifying wounds, in their opinion, Chen Hao would undoubtedly die. However, since the door to the grotto heaven was closed, there could only be one reason. Chen Shui wasn't dead. The grotto heaven could only be entered once. There was no problem for 2, 3, or even more people to enter at the same time. However, as long as a life form entered, it would close. There was no second chance. This was also the reason why they were frantically trying to stop Chen Hao and Chen Shui. What a terrifying gaze. Fortunately, this guy is definitely going to die. Otherwise, apart from Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei, even Liao Guangya was shocked by Chen Hao's gaze. He felt a chill run down his spine. Too tragic. The second chapter was supposed to be finished at 8, but it suddenly crashed. There was nothing left. I could only start again. I can only guarantee that I'll finish 2 chapters today. I still owe 23 chapters. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 278. Damn it! Yu Chengfeng clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Then he stared at Jian Wufei coldly. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Jian Wufei, if you had listened to me, they wouldn't have gotten what they wanted. Now all of you die. Boom. The extremely dense killing intent was raised to the limit by Yu Chengfeng. After the fight, just now, Yu Chengfeng knew that if he wanted to take down Jian Wufei, he would have to use his true abilities. As the #1 golden core cultivator of the Southern Sea Islands, he had never failed in anything he did. In the same level, no one could surpass him. But this time, he lost. Chen Hao and Chen Shui, whose names he didn't even know, stole his small cultivation grotto heaven. How could he not be angry? And all of this was because of Jian Wufei. If it weren't for the fight with Jian Wufei, how could he have let Chen Hao and Chen Shui get what they wanted? In other words, if Jian Wufei was slightly weaker, Chen Hao and Chen Shui wouldn't have gotten what they wanted. If you want to kill me, then use your true abilities. Jian Wufei was also furious. To her, it was all because of Yu Chengfeng. Without his provocation, how could the weakest get what they wanted? As she spoke, Jian Wufei stepped forward. Her snow-white wrist suddenly shook. In an instant, a sword ray that contained the will of the mountain flew towards Yu Chengfeng. Jian Wufei also knew how powerful Yu Chengfeng was. Plus, Yu Chengfeng didn't use his true abilities, awakening his bloodline. 9 out of 10 of the super geniuses of the southern sea islands had an ancient bloodline. Their physiques were naturally comparable to beasts. How could Yu Chengfeng not have it? The moment Jian Wufei and Yu Chengfeng began their fight, Liao Guangye and the other two also began their fight against the three from the southern sea islands. Liao Guangye didn't attack the three people who were still in good condition. Instead, he attacked the disciple who was sitting cross-legged and recuperating with his sword without any warning. The disciple sensed great danger and opened his eyes. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and a terrifying bloodline power exploded. Then his entire body turned into a ray of light and escaped. You want to kill me? In your dreams. Brother Yu, I'm heavily injured. I'll take a step back first. Jian Wufei, Liao Guangye, Sima Xiangnan, will avenge today's humiliation. Hiss. Sima Xiangnan's humiliating voice floated from afar. It had to be said that every single person present here was a super genius who had experienced great storms and waves. They were all top figures in their respective sects, and all of them had ultimate life-saving moves. Wanting to easily kill them was absolutely not an easy task. Humph, you actually managed to escape with such heavy injuries. I'll let you live for now. Liao Guangye didn't give chase. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he couldn't. If he chased after her, only Jian Wufei and one other person would be left. Jian Wufei and Yu Chengfeng were equal in strength. Although the other person was strong, he had no chance of winning against the other three from the South Sea Islands. 1-on-1, 2-on-3, dog-eat-dog battles had just begun. After more than 10 minutes, when Yu Chengfeng was forced to release the power of his ancient bloodline, Jian Wufei, who had cultivated the Mountain River sword art, was forced back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Of course, Yu Chengfeng wasn't any better. Let's go. Jian Wufei saw that Liao Guangye and the other person were only equal in strength against the other three, and were being suppressed. She didn't hesitate, and gave the order. Liao Guangye and the other disciple hurriedly used their ultimate move, and forced the other three to retreat with Jian Wufei. Yu Chengfeng and the other three knew that it was impossible to kill them, so they didn't chase after them. Wufei, we're leaving just like this. After Jian Wufei and the other two had escaped a few hundred miles away, Liao Guangye unwillingly asked, Leave? Did I say we were leaving? We're only retreating temporarily. Right now, the three of us are only equal in strength against them. If we really fight to the death, we might be the ones to lose. Let's find a place to cultivate first. The small cultivation Grotto Heaven has a month of time. In Sky City, a month is enough for me to cultivate the 4th level of the Mountain River sword art. My Mountain River sword art will definitely reach the early stage of great success. At that time, Yu Chengfeng won't be my match. The male disciple from the eastern continent will definitely be dead. Even if the female disciple comes out of the Grotto Heaven, she won't be my match. When we kill her, we'll be able to obtain the treasures in the Grotto Heaven. Those treasures definitely have something to do with space. We must obtain them. Powerful. Hearing Jian Wufei's words, Liao Guangye and the other disciples said in shock. They knew how powerful the Mountain River sword art was. If Jian Wufei, who was only half-step nascent soul, could really cultivate the 4th level, not to mention Yu Chengfeng, even if she met a late-stage nascent soul expert, Jian Wufei would have the ability to kill them. What did it mean to reach the early stage of great success in the Mountain River sword art? Under normal circumstances, only super geniuses at the incarnation realm could cultivate it. Jian Wufei, I don't ask for much. After obtaining it, I only want 10% of the spiritual herbs. If there are many spiritual treasures, I'll share them. If not, I don't care. If there are secret manuals, I want to obtain the right to cultivate them. I promise I won't tell anyone, the other disciple said. No problem, Jian Wufei said. Looks like I'll have to work harder. Wufei, I won't be left behind by you. Let's meet here in 29 days. As for the distribution after obtaining it, you can decide. Liao Guangya looked deeply at Jian Wufei before disappearing into the horizon. Goodbye. The other disciple also cupped his fists and left. Seeing the two of them leave, Jian Wufei revealed a trace of disdain and thought, if it wasn't for the fact that I don't have absolute confidence in comprehending the Mountain River sword art, why would I care about you? Although Liao Guangya is not bad, he's not on the same level as me. How can he be worthy of me? Humph, no matter what, I must obtain the treasures in this grotto heaven. Once I increase my comprehension of space, my Mountain River sword art will be even stronger. Not to mention the super geniuses of the Southern Sea Islands. I can even make a name for myself in the central continent. Brother Yu, that Jian Wufei definitely won't leave like this. If I'm not wrong, they'll definitely come in a month. Although Brother Yu is strong, Jian Wufei is also a super genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. If you want to kill her, you'll have to fight to the death. Why don't we prepare first? After Jian Wufei and the others left, a disciple from the Southern Sea Islands spoke in a deep voice. You're talking about setting up an array? Yu Chengfeng looked at the disciple and pondered. This disciple's strength was the weakest of the five, but his fame in the Southern Sea Islands was second only to Yu Chengfeng. The reason was that he was proficient in the Tao of mechanisms and formations and had astonishing talent in this aspect. Otherwise, with his strength, he wouldn't have been able to get such a result in the Sky Cities test. This youth's name was Han Ji, and he was nicknamed Little Shinji in the Southern Sea Islands. He was the successor of the current sect leader of the archaic sect, Shunji. That's right. As long as I set up an array here, both Jian Wufei and the girl in the grotto heaven will be trapped, although they won't be trapped for long. A few minutes will be enough. With Brother Yu's strength, you'll definitely be able to capture or kill them. I know that Brother Yu doesn't care about using such methods, but this is a fight for luck. If we don't do this, we might end up like today's situation again. Han, she quickly said when he saw the look in Yu Qingfeng's eyes. Yes, Brother Yu, Hanji is right. Although Jian Wufei isn't Brother Yu's match. If Brother Yu wants to take her down, you'll have to fight to the death. When that happens, it'll be bad if that girl from the eastern continent takes advantage of us. This time, she arrived before us, so she's obviously very fast, and her strength shouldn't be weak either. If she really escapes, we'll suffer a great loss. If we do this, we'll be absolutely safe. All right, then we'll do as you say. Hanji, I'll leave the setting up of the array to you. We'll split the cost of the materials from the treasures we get. As for the distribution, it'll depend on how much effort each person puts in. Let's do it this way. Both sides were confident in their victory, so they didn't care about Qin Shui and Chun Hao in the grotto heaven. In their eyes, Chun Hao had suffered such a terrifying injury that it was impossible for him to survive. As for Qin Shui, even if she had improved tremendously in the grotto heaven, she wouldn't be able to cause any waves. It was only a month's time. Even if she obtained a powerful technique, how much could she comprehend? F***ck them. When I get out, they'll all die. Chun Hao, who had stepped into the small cultivation cave, endured the enormous injuries and suffocation all over his body, and cursed angrily. At this moment, this fellow was truly stifled to the extreme. Epiphany. That was the legendary epiphany, the epiphany that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. Even if he wanted to encounter it once, it was extremely difficult. It was definitely something that could only be chanced upon and not sought. But it had been forcefully interrupted by those guys. Otherwise, Chun Hao was sure that he would have reached the peak of the late Golden Core stage, or even half a step into the nascent soul stage. Moreover, he would have been able to comprehend the true essence of the space element. How many times would his battle strength increase? It would be strange if he wasn't depressed. Buffed, Qin Shui broke free from Chun Hao's embrace and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. She simply didn't care about the injuries she had received. Under the black veil, her beautiful eyes stared at Chun Hao in a daze. With a trace of anxiety, she said, Quickly, I have a nirvana pill here. Swallow it. Chun Shui knew that if Chun Hao didn't use his body to protect her, she would have been smashed into pieces. Of course, she was in danger because she wanted to save Chun Hao. At this moment, Chun Hao's body, especially between his waist and chest, had 7 to 8 holes that almost completely penetrated his body. She could see his internal organs at a glance. How could she not be anxious? Not to mention that Chun Hao was her younger brother. Even her friendship with Chun Hao made her extremely frightened. The nirvana pill was a life-saving pill that her master gave her. But at this moment, she could only give it to Chun Hao without hesitation, because she knew that if she played for a while longer, Chun Hao's life would probably end here. Part 1. At the end of the chapters in the future, Dark Mountain won't nag about how many chapters it owes. Dark Mountain will do its best to pay it back as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 279. Don't waste it. Chun Hao glanced at the sparkling red nirvana elixir. His eyes flashed with a hint of complexity as he stared at Qin Shui and said, No, you won't die. You definitely won't die. Nirvana elixir is a healing elixir for the dead. As long as you still have a breath, even if your internal organs are destroyed, it can help you recover. Quickly eat it. When Qin Shui heard Chun Hao's words, she thought that Chun Hao didn't know the power of the nirvana elixir, and hurriedly said. As she spoke, she reached out and stuffed the nirvana elixir into Chun Hao's mouth. Don't worry, I won't die. It's just a waste to eat it. I've already swallowed the nirvana elixir a long time ago. Your injuries aren't light either. It's better for you to eat it. Don't waste a month on healing, Chun Hao said calmly. After he finished speaking, he sat up cross-legged. It was obvious that he couldn't hold on any longer. If it were anyone else, they would have long since died from the severe injuries to their physical body. However, Chun Hao's soul wasn't affected at all. The only thing that was affected was that his meridians had collapsed and his internal organs had lost their functions. He relied on his mental strength to support himself. What are you afraid of? I'm not asking you to return it. Such heavy injuries. Swallow it, Chun Shui said, as she once again stuffed it into Chun Hao's mouth. Chun Hao's mind moved, and a condensed energy suddenly pushed Qin Shui away. He said in a firm tone, I said I don't need it. I have the immortal bloodline. At most 3 days. It will be as good as new. Eat it yourself. I'm going to start healing. After speaking, Chun Hao ignored the wide-eyed Qin Shui and directly entered the state of healing. Immortal bloodline. Qin Shui looked at Chun Hao in surprise. Her gaze was directly focused on the huge wounds on Chun Hao's body. What shocked her was that the shattered internal organs and muscles were actually trembling slightly, as if they were alive. They were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Phew, Qin Shui heaved a long sigh of relief. She, who had completely calmed down, suddenly felt bursts of intense pain coming from her body. Her injuries were also very serious. Although Chun Hao had blocked most of the attacks, she was not spared. She hesitated for a moment. Although she was reluctant, Qin Shui still put the nirvana pill into her mouth. Although she could heal herself, it would take time. Even in this space where the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was extremely dense, it would take at least 10 days to half a month for her to fully recover. And a month later, she was certain that between Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei, at least one of them would be guarding the exit. She had already seen the strength of those people. Even if she ran away, she would not be able to escape unscathed. Strength was everything. Not to mention that Chen Hao wanted revenge. Even she was not willing to let those people go. Only by killing those people could she calm the anger in her heart. Boom! Billows of nirvana pills began to spread in Chen Shui's dantian. Red flames seemed to rise from Chen Shui's body. Like a phoenix rising from the ashes, her internal and external injuries disappeared without a trace. Although the powerful nirvana pill was not like Chen Hao's dantian, where there was a lot of energy left, there was still a lot left, and it was directly absorbed by Chen Shui's dantian. The entire process only lasted for about 10 minutes. Then, Chen Shui slowly opened her eyes. 2 rays of light shot out from her eyes. Although her true qi had not recovered to its peak state, it had recovered by about 50%. Not only had her physical injuries completely healed, but her physical strength had also improved under the refinement of the nirvana pill. One had to admit that the power of the nirvana pill was still very useful even for those of the original level. Phew! Chen Shui let out a long sigh and looked at Chen Hao, who was not far away. At this moment, Chen Hao's body was shrouded in blue flames. A figure that seemed real and illusory was circling above his head. It was the legendary divine beast Vermilion Bird. Seeing this scene, Chen Shui was only slightly surprised for a moment before she understood what was going on. Could it be that he has gathered all 5 divine beasts? Chen Shui pondered. He didn't use the Nirvana Phoenix, but used the Vermilion Bird. Obviously, he gave the Phoenix's inheritance to Tantai Lien. Otherwise, the Nirvana Phoenix's healing speed would definitely be faster than the Vermilion Bird. What a fast recovery speed! When Chen Shui's gaze locked onto the bloody holes on Chen Hao's body, she could not help but exclaim. In just over 10 minutes, Chen Hao's wounds had healed by about 10% without any elixirs. At this speed, Chen Hao would be able to fully recover in less than 3 days. What a freak! It seems that it's really difficult for me to surpass him. To be able to obtain the inheritance of the 5 divine beasts, his body must contain an even more shocking secret, like what Mother said. Moreover, he just said that he had eaten the Nirvana pill a long time ago. That's the Nirvana pill. When Mother gave it to me, she cautioned me not to use it unless it was a last resort. It can be seen how precious it is. Even the star-picking sect can't have it. Where did he come from? Plus the immortal bloodline. The more Chen Shui thought about it, the more shocked and puzzled she was. She could only stop thinking about it. Everyone had their own secrets, and so did she. Slowly standing up, Chen Shui only had time to size up the surrounding space at this time. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the city and the sky was already extremely dense, and this small cultivation grotto heaven was even denser to an unimaginable degree. Chen Shui did not need to deliberately refine it at all, as her inner yuan recovered rapidly. It was definitely twice as fast as when she cultivated in the outside world. Moreover, the entire space was filled with a faint space attribute mystery. 7 colored clouds were circling in the sky, as if they were rotating all the time. She had already comprehended the true essence of the space attribute to the peak of the elementary level, and was about to break through to the small success stage. Her perception was far more profound than Chen Hao's. Her powerful soul perception spread out, and Chen Shui suddenly had a clearer understanding of the space she was in. The entire space was not big. There was only one huge mountain that was 90,000 feet high. The mountain peak was like a flight of steps. Every 1,000 feet it rose, there would be a circular platform that was about 1,000 feet wide. There were a total of 9 levels, and when it reached the peak, it had already become pointed. What was even more amazing was that the peak was spewing out dark blue water. To be exact, it was not water, but the legendary spirit spring. Although Chen Shui did not get close to examine it, her powerful perception could sense the pure energy contained in the spirit spring. The spirit spring spewed out from the peak, making the entire mountain peak look like a waterfall. It was divided into 9 levels that fell vertically, and the rumbling sound resounded through the heavens and earth. At this moment, Chen Shui and Chen Hao were at the flat ground that extended out for about 100 miles from the foot of the mountain peak. Beyond that, there was a 7-colored light that was obviously the boundary of the space. Chen Shui's powerful soul perception could not penetrate it at all. He still needs 2 or 3 days. I'll go take a look first. Hiss! Chen Shui glanced at Chen Hao. After confirming that there was no problem, she turned into a stream of light and flew towards the mountain peak. There were no demonic beasts in the small cultivation grotto heaven, so Chen Shui was not worried that Chen Hao would be disturbed. In the entire space, there would not be a third person other than the 2 of them. Chen Shui was slightly surprised. She originally wanted to fly to the pool at the foot of the mountain, but when she reached the edge, she was bound by an invisible energy and could no longer move forward. This energy was of the space attribute. Even with Chen Shui's comprehension of the space attribute, she could not move it at all. Do I have to start from the peak? Regarding the situation of the small and medium-sized cultivation grotto heavens in the Sky City, before coming in, her mother had already explained some things to her. Everyone's opportunities were different, and the ones they entered were also different, but there was one thing in common, and that was that any cultivation grotto heaven had a test. The higher the talent and comprehension, the greater the harvest. Chen Shui once again tried to reach the platform at the top of the mountain, but she still could not reach it. After thinking for a while, she determined that the first test of this small grotto heaven must start from the peak. Sure enough, when Chen Shui rushed to the peak, she stepped onto the pool of water that was only 300 feet in radius without any hindrance. The entire peak was like a small sunken lake. The waterfalls were falling from this small lake. What a strong energy! The lake water was incomparably clear, reflecting the rainbow-colored light in the sky. It looked beautiful and illusory. Numerous small whirlpools were connected together. With just a glance, Chen Shui could see the profoundness of the spatial attribute contained within. Moreover, with her comprehension of the space attribute at the peak of the initial stage, she could easily control this mystery. Therefore, it was not that she was not surprised. What really surprised her was the spiritual energy fluctuations emitted by the lake water. This kind of spiritual spring was definitely purer than the spiritual water used for alchemy in her sect. Moreover, it also contained an ancient aura that had existed for tens of thousands of years. Let's not wait for him. There's a total of 1 month. I'll start first. Anyway, cultivating and comprehending here will not affect him at all. At most, I'll just share the treasures with him. Chen Shui said softly. After saying that, she jumped into the small lake without hesitation. Poof! The moment she entered, Chen Shui was immediately enveloped by the clear spiritual spring, and strange whirlpools instantly swallowed her graceful figure. She directly disappeared from the lake. What shocked Chen Shui was that she felt that she could see through the whirlpools that contained the space attribute at a glance, but when she really stepped into the lake water, the whirlpools that enveloped her directly made her lose control of her own body. It was not that her space attribute realm was not good enough. She was certain that the space attribute essence contained in the whirlpools was definitely only at the initial stage. She was at the peak of the initial stage, almost reaching the initial stage. However, this whirlpool displayed the use of the initial stage of the space attribute essence to a realm that Chen Shui could not imagine at all. It can be used like this. That's great. If I can learn this way of using it, my combat power will at least increase by 30%. This is too ingenious. At the same time that Chen Shui was shocked, she was also extremely excited in her heart. After pondering for a moment, she decisively took off the tattered clothes on her body. Her graceful and exquisite body was instantly immersed in the clear whirlpool. She was like a mermaid. Every inch of her skin and every strand of her mind was immersed in learning how to operate the whirlpool. Second update. There are more updates at night. It may be a little late. I suggest that everyone not wait and read it tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 280. In less than 2 days, Chen Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, spat out a mouthful of blue flames. The vermilion bird, circling above his head, suddenly let out a cry that resounded through the heavens and earth. It turned into a stream of light and entered Chen Hao's forehead. Crack, crack, crack. Chen Hao's body shook slightly, and the sound of bones cracking could be heard. It was like the sound of metal clashing, filled with endless power. I didn't think that this injury would allow me to fuse with the vermilion bird's inheritance and reach the second level of heavenly fire. My body is twice as strong. Chen Hao's face revealed a trace of relief. Chen Hao had comprehended 3 heavenly Tao laws in the 7-star cave heaven, including the essence of fire. After he came out, although he didn't deliberately cultivate the vermilion bird's inheritance, he naturally completed the 8 steps of fusion with the vermilion bird and reached the peak of the first level. His heavenly fire also reached the peak of the first level. And this time, Chen Hao wanted to use the vermilion bird's talent to quickly recover his body. He didn't expect that in just 2 days, his heavenly fire would reach the second level. Sensing the breath of heavenly fire, Chen Hao was sure that even a peak late-stage golden core expert would find it difficult to resist the second level of heavenly fire. What a pity! I only had a moment of enlightenment, and I reached the peak late-stage golden core. If those guys didn't interrupt me, I might have already reached the half-step nascent soul stage. CK them. I hope they haven't given up and are still waiting, Chen Hao said coldly. Sensing the energy in his body, he was full of confidence. He had tasted Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei's attacks. Before he entered, he couldn't compete with them. But now he was at the peak late-stage golden core stage, and his body was twice as strong under the refinement of the second level of heavenly fire. His overall strength had definitely increased by more than 4 times. If he met the 2 of them again, Chen Hao had absolute confidence in fighting them. Chen Hao wasn't sure if he could kill them because these top geniuses all had their own trump cards. Unless they were on the verge of death, no one could be sure who was stronger than the other. Hiss! Releasing his powerful soul perception, Chen Hao immediately transformed into a beam of light. He did not even attempt to go to the foot of the mountain. Instead, he directly charged towards the peak. It wasn't that Chen Hao's soul perception was much stronger than Chen Shui's. It was just that Chen Hao had roughly glanced at the waterfalls and judged that the first stage of this heavenly abode must be at the peak, because the lower the waterfalls, the stronger the power would be. He had already been delayed for almost 2 days, and he didn't want to delay any longer. He recovered so quickly. Chen Hao had just appeared above the small lake on the peak, when Chen Shui, who was wearing a blue dress and had wet hair, appeared in front of Chen Hao and asked in surprise. What made Chen Hao slightly surprised was that there were no traces of water on Chen Shui's clothes, and her face was still covered by a black veil. However, Chen Hao could faintly see through the veil that Chen Shui's beautiful little face was flushed red. "Are you waiting for me?" Chen Hao asked with a frown. "No, I just heard the vermilion birds cry, so I came out." Chen Shui wanted to say something, but hesitated. It seemed that she wanted to say something, but in the end, it was a little difficult to speak. If it wasn't for the vermilion bird's cry waking her up, the current situation would have been extremely awkward. "What's wrong? If there's anything, just say it," Chen Hao said with a little puzzlement. This lake is a rare spirit spring. It contains extremely pure spirit chi of heaven and earth. The vortex that is condensed contains the true essence of the space attribute and is extremely mysterious. If we want to comprehend it faster, the only way is to let our bodies completely come into contact with the spirit spring. Oh, that means we have to strip naked, right? What's there to be conflicted about? We are siblings, so I won't have any improper thoughts. Don't worry, just do what you have to do. I won't peek at you. Of course, you also shouldn't peek at me," Chen Hao said with a serious expression on his face. But in his heart, he was also conflicted. The relationship between siblings was not bad, but they were not related by blood. Although Chen Hao would not have any thoughts, the two of them being naked in this small lake with a circumference of only 300 feet would be very awkward. After all, one was gorgeously dressed, and the other was hot-blooded. It was absolutely impossible to say that there was no temptation. Chen Hao was not Lu Xiaohui, and Chen Shui was also not a virgin. What are you thinking about? Chen Shui's face suddenly turned red. What I mean is, can you be a few hours later, at most half a day's time, and I will be able to completely comprehend it and enter the next level. Anyway, you haven't comprehended the true essence of the space attribute. If you enter this lake, the vortex will swallow you, and it won't be beneficial for you to comprehend it. As long as you are in this cave, the clouds in the sky and the aura in the air all contain the mysteries of the space attribute. The only thing missing is the spirit chi of heaven and earth. Okay, you continue. Call me when you're done. Chen Hao glanced at the densely packed small vortexes in the lake and immediately understood Chen Shui's meaning. Indeed, if he did not control the space attribute, it would not be beneficial for him to comprehend it. After Chen Hao finished speaking, he directly turned into a stream of light and flew directly into the clouds in the sky that were rotating in a strange way. He shouldn't be peeking, right? Chen Shui stared at Chen Hao entering the clouds and muttered. Soon after, she bit her lips and plunged into the lake. When she entered the depths of the lake along with the vortex, she took off her clothes. Once again, she became a naked mermaid, immersed in the comprehension. Chen Hao drilled into the clouds and was immediately surrounded by clouds. Thick spatial energy instantly swept Chen Hao's body. When Chen Hao was fighting with the ancient demon beasts, he was already infinitely close to comprehending the true essence of the space attribute. Although his epiphany was interrupted, it also allowed Chen Hao to obtain endless benefits. At this moment, there was only a thin layer of paper between him and the comprehension. Chen Hao could feel that as long as he was given a little time in this environment, he would definitely be able to smoothly comprehend it. This was indeed the case. In less than 4 hours, Chen Hao was no longer affected by the rotating clouds. His entire person seemed to have merged with the clouds. As the clouds rotated, the clouds rolled and unrolled. It was very uncomfortable. It was also only at this time that Chen Hao realized that the rotation of the clouds contained a trace of the use of the space attribute's true essence. However, Chun Hao had an understanding that ordinary people simply could not compare to in terms of the use of power and the heavenly law. In a moment, he had grasped the mysteries of the rotation of the clouds. Soon after, Chun Hao directly pounced on another cloud that was rotating even more violently. Sure enough, as Chun Hao expected, this cloud contained another kind of technique. Amazing! On the path of cultivation, what really depends on is comprehension and practice. This small cultivation paradise is definitely a real cultivation paradise. It's absolutely not something any secret manual can compare to. This kind of usage of the true essence of the space attribute is the most basic technique. But any one of them has the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Although my Taoist scripture is strong, without sufficient cultivation experience, it's impossible to cultivate it. Moreover, when Chun Hao spoke up to hear, he pondered for a moment, and his eyes shone with a radiant light that was filled with confidence. He said, "Since I've come to this world and want to reach the peak, I should use this world as my foundation. Without enough understanding, it is absolutely impossible, whether it is the unique techniques of this world or the more powerful Taoist scriptures. In the end, they all belong to others. Only when I truly master them and use them to comprehend my own unique techniques will it be my Tao, mysterious and mysterious." Chun Hao, who was immersed in comprehending the use of the space attribute's true essence, had a trace of understanding in his mind. Along with the clear appearance of this trace of understanding, Chun Hao's aura quietly underwent a slight change. This change, even Chun Hao did not notice. But the mysterious existence that was immersed in the depths of his mind suddenly woke up at this moment. At this moment, he clearly sensed that Chun Hao's cultivation state and path had undergone a shocking change, as if there was a feeling that it was completely out of his understanding and control. This feeling made him shocked and worried at the same time, but at the same time, he also faintly had a trace of anticipation. Although his usefulness might be greatly reduced in the future, or even become dispensable, after experiencing countless masters, the cultivation path that was like repeating over and over again had already made him lose interest. Perhaps Chun Hao, who seemed to develop the slowest and weakest among all his masters, would bring him a brand new journey. "Chun Hao, I'm done." You've already comprehended the space attribute's true essence. Just as Chun Hao was floating among the clouds, faintly mobilizing all the clouds, Chen Shui, after 6 hours of hard work, finally mastered the use of all the space attributes' true essence contained in the lake water. Appearing above the lake water, she shouted to the sky with a trace of shock in her eyes as she looked at Chun Hao, who had merged into the clouds. "You have to hurry up, otherwise it won't be long before I catch up again." Whoosh! As soon as Chen Shui's voice fell, Chun Hao's figure flashed, as if penetrating through the void, and directly appeared in front of Chen Shui with a confident smile on his lips. "Don't even think about it. My space attribute's true essence has already advanced to the small perfection realm. It's still early for you. Without 7 days, you can forget about passing through the lake water at the peak. What if I catch up with you? Then I'll let you comprehend first. Then I'll comprehend later." Chen Shui said, "Don't waste time. There's only 1 month. If you keep waiting like this, it's not good for either of us. This is a rare opportunity. If you care too much about these red tape, it will only affect your state of mind. Go." After Chun Hao finished speaking, he did not say anything more on this issue and directly plunged into the lake water. The corners of Chen Shui's mouth curled up slightly as she thought to herself, "Well said. If I were a man, I would say the same. This grotto heaven is based on the space attribute's true essence, and it's my domain of expertise. If I lose to you again, Chen Shui suddenly stopped mid-sentence and did not continue speaking. She shook her head, threw away all distracting thoughts, and directly rushed to the platform thousands of feet below. Third update, a chapter to make up for what I owe. That's the third update today. Thank you to the brothers who voted and tipped. Thank you. I've let everyone down. I'll cover my face and escape. Continue to work hard. Strive to repay it as soon as possible. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 281. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The moment Chun Hao dived into the lake, although he was already mentally prepared, the whirlpool that far exceeded his own space attribute realm almost instantly made him fall into a state of helplessness. However, sensing the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the true essence of space attribute, and the strange rotation of the whirlpool, not only did Chun Hao not resist, but he also quickly took off his clothes and immersed himself in enlightenment, allowing himself to rotate and float in the whirlpool. What an exquisite space attribute technique! What dense space attribute mysteries and spiritual energy of heaven and earth! Chun Hao clearly felt that he was enveloped by an even more profound space attribute mystery, and every cell in his body was absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spring at an astonishing speed. But what surprised Chun Hao even more was the technique of using the space attribute contained in the whirlpool. As expected of a cultivation, holy land, not to mention a month, even a day can be greatly benefited. If I can use this space attribute mystery in the Platinum Sky-Splitting Slash, it will definitely increase its power by a lot. If I combine the Platinum Sky-Splitting Slash with the Solitary Sword technique, what kind of power will it have? Chun Hao thought excitedly in his heart. The Platinum Sky-Splitting Slash was one of the Taoist techniques of the Great Five Elements art. It was also the only technique that Chun Hao could cultivate among the 3,000 great Taoists recorded in the Taoist canon. In the outside world, with Chun Hao's current strength, he could only use it 3 times before exhausting his true essence. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, but in this small lake, the pure energy of heaven and earth in the spring could allow Chun Hao to be in peak condition at all times. What did this mean? It meant that Chun Hao's efficiency in cultivating the Platinum Sky-Splitting Slash here would definitely be more than 100 or 1,000 times stronger than outside. After all, if he used it 3 times in the outside world, he would have to swallow a large amount of elixirs and meditate to adjust his breathing, and he would definitely not be able to recover to peak condition without 4 hours. But now, he did not have such scruples. This is great. I'm not in a hurry to break through this first stage. When I completely master the technique of using the space attribute and comprehend it to the same realm, I'll practice my sword here. With the obstruction of the whirlpool, it's more suitable than the 7-star grotto heaven. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Voila! In the small lake on the platform 10,000 feet below, Chen Shui had finally completed the second stage. She still didn't know about Chun Hao's situation, so as a precaution, she put on her clothes at the bottom of the lake and rushed out of the small lake. Boom, 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 walla, walla, eh. Why is there such a huge commotion? What surprised Chen Shui was that there were terrifying roars coming from the peak of the mountain. Numerous water arrows shot up to a height of a few hundred feet, like numerous water dragons that scattered in all directions. Could it be that he isn't comprehending, but resisting? This idiot. Whoosh! Chen Shui instantly turned into a stream of light, as if she had teleported. In the next moment, she appeared on the peak. However, as soon as Chen Shui stepped forward, she cried out in surprise and instantly retreated. She looked away and blushed. Chun Hao, what are you doing? Ha ha ha. Sword training. Chun Hao laughed loudly, and he seemed to be extremely excited as he spoke. At this moment, Chun Hao only wore a pair of shorts. When Qin Shui went up, he just happened to shoot up into the sky with the five-element sword in hand, and his body emitted a profound and terrifying aura. Sword training? This spirit spring lake is for you to comprehend the profundities of the spatial attribute and utilize it. Aren't you wasting your time? Chun Shui calmed her shy mood and turned around to look at the shirtless Chun Hao as she spoke. Haha, I've already comprehended it a day ago. Quickly start on the next level. Don't worry about me. Swoosh. Chun Hao plunged into the lake once more. What surprised Chun Shui was that Chun Hao actually didn't follow the circulation of the whirlpool, but went against the flow and blasted out with his sword. A strand of terrifying, profound, and peerlessly fierce sword intent shot up into the sky, and it caused Chun Shui's mind to tremble even though they were a few hundred meters apart. What kind of secret technique is this? Chun Shui said in surprise. In a short period of less than 6 days, Chun Shui's cultivation had already risen to the peak of the nascent soul stage, and her comprehension of the spatial attributes' profundities had completely stabilized at the perfection stage. Her combat strength had absolutely increased by more than 2 times compared to before stepping into the small-scale grotto heaven. But at this moment, when she sensed the might of Chun Hao's sword, she shockingly discovered that if Chun Hao used this sword to attack her, it was absolutely not something she could withstand. Chun Hao had only just advanced to the peak of the golden core stage. How is it? Is it powerful? After Chun Hao slashed apart several whirlpools with his sword, he floated in the air above the lake, and his peerlessly handsome face was filled with a natural wisp of arrogance as he spoke. Powerful? Is this the secret technique of your star-picking sect? Chun Shui couldn't help but ask. No. Why? Do you want to learn it? Yes, Chun Shui said without hesitation. Although she was a little embarrassed, it was only a little. No matter what, she was still Chun Hao's sister, wasn't she? They were family, so how could she treat him like an outsider? Besides, Chun Shui could sense that if she could learn Chun Hao's sword, her combat strength would definitely increase by several times. This was not the time to be polite. No problem. I'll teach you now. How much you can comprehend and whether you can master it or not will depend on yourself. Do you have a jade slip? Hiss. As Chun Hao spoke, he directly appeared beside Chun Shui and put on his Taoist robe at the same time. Although he wasn't naked, Chun Hao didn't mind facing Chun Shui bare-chested, but he was afraid that Chun Shui would feel uncomfortable. Yes, Chun Shui said a little excitedly. Although she was his sister, she didn't expect Chun Hao to be so straightforward. After all, in the world of cultivation, no cultivator would easily impart their secret technique to others. As he spoke, he took out a jade slip. Once a cultivator entered the golden core stage, they could use their mind to leave their will and pressure in the jade slip. The secret technique stored in the jade slip came from this. Chun Hao received the jade slip. His mind moved, and powerful mind energy poured into it. In an instant, his entire aura underwent a shocking change. Obviously, if Chun Hao wanted to truly fuse the ultimate technique into the jade slip, then he had to allow his mind to fuse into the mental state he had when he executed the ultimate technique. Only in this way would Chun Shui be able to comprehend even more from the jade slip. A moment later, Chun Hao passed the jade slip to Chun Shui and said, "This secret technique is formed by fusing 2 secret techniques. How to fuse them is up to you to comprehend it yourself. I can only impart the most basic to you. The first is the solitary sword art. It has a total of 9 moves. You should know that my sword moves have always been without moves. This was the strength of the solitary sword art. Everything in the world, including cultivation techniques and array formations, can't be perfect. There must be flaws and weaknesses. And the solitary sword art is precisely the flaw attack. Just comprehending this alone can let your combat strength increase greatly. As for what degree you can unleash, it will depend on how deep your comprehension is. Varies from person to person. The second type is the Great Five Elements Art's basic cultivation technique, Platinum Sky-Splitting Slash. This is my strongest attack right now. What? Great Five Elements Art. Chen Hao's description of the solitary sword art already made Chen Shui abnormally excited. But what made Chen Shui even more surprised was that the second type was actually the Great Five Elements art. This was the legendary 3,000 Great Tao. How could Chen Shui still endure it? That's right. How did you obtain it? Chen Shui could not resist asking. Secret. Chen Hao smiled slightly and said mysteriously. After a slight pause, he continued, Platinum Sky-Splitting Slash is the most ferocious basic cultivation technique in the Great Five Elements art. In the outside world, with my current strength, I can only execute it 3 times before exhausting all my energy. Therefore, unless it's a last resort situation, I absolutely cannot execute it. This is a life-saving ultimate move. You're no exception. The reason why I'm practicing the sword here is because the spirit spring can let me be in peak condition at all times. After you've comprehended both the solitary sword art and Platinum Sky-Splitting Slash, you can try to fuse the 2 mental cultivation techniques into one. At the same time, you can also fuse the mysteries of space into it. The power will exceed your imagination. I'll try. Chen Hao said it casually, but Chen Shui was clear that for any mental cultivation technique to fuse with another type without going through countless trials and tribulations, it was basically not very possible. Even people with extremely high comprehension ability would find it difficult to do. Moreover, the slightest carelessness would result in a backlash. All right, make the best use of the time to cultivate. You decide whether to cultivate the sword art or comprehend the mysteries of this grotto. A total of 1 month's time is probably far from enough. And Chen Shui responded and said, Thank you. No need to thank me. Before Father appears, I should temporarily take care of you on behalf of Father. No matter what, we're a family. Chen Hao smiled slightly and said, finished speaking, not giving Chen Shui, who had a conflicted expression, to say anything. He directly dived into the lake. What temporary father taking care of me? I'm elder sister. Seeing Chen Hao dive into the lake, Chen Shui curled her lips and said. Then a wisp of a sweet smile appeared on the corners of her mouth, and a different kind of warmth rippled out in her heart. Since she was young, she simply did not enjoy any familial affection until she met her master, who was also her mother. But all along, the relationship between her and her master was only that of a master and disciple, and she simply did not think that she was her master's daughter. How could she experience familial affection? But these words of Chen Hao made her feel warm, a warmth that she had never felt before. Yes, a family. If they were not a family, who would be able to pass on the ultimate technique that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams? If they were not a family, who would be able to disregard their own safety and sacrifice for the other? Chen Hao had sacrificed for her, but hadn't she sacrificed for Chen Hao as well? Holding the jade slip in her hand, Chen Shui's figure flashed and arrived at the 3rd stage. She did not directly jump into the lake on the platform, but instead sat cross-legged and merged her mind into the jade slip. Boom! The will that Chen Hao left behind immediately transmitted the mantras of the solitary sword technique and the platinum sky-piercing slash into her mind. At the same time, at the moment when the jade slip shattered, the figure of Chen Hao dancing with the sword appeared in Chen Shui's mind, and she sensed the state of mind contained in Chen Hao's every move and style. Phew! It's simply impossible to completely comprehend it in a short period of time. Looks like I can only cultivate after I go out. Otherwise, a month's time will be wasted. After a moment, Chen Shui opened her eyes and muttered. After saying that, she directly rushed into the even more mysterious lake. First update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 282. On the 7th day of entering the small cultivation grotto heaven. Break. Splash. The small lake with a diameter of 3,000 feet was split into two by Chun Hao's sword. Under the mysterious and sharp sword light, the entire lake was forcibly split into two distinct pieces. However, it only lasted for a short 2 seconds before it was broken by the crazily spinning vortex, and the two pieces merged into one again. Phew! Chun Hao let out a long breath. His eyes shone with joy as he thought to himself, the solitary sword technique, platinum sky-splitting slash, and space attribute mystery have merged into one. The power of this sword is 5 times stronger than the pure platinum sky-splitting slash. I used it skillfully, and used less than 1/6 of the energy. This means that even in the outside world, I can still use 6 sword moves. It's better to practice here. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time. Next level. Whoosh! Chun Hao turned into a ray of light and appeared in the small lake thousands of feet below. If he had enough time, Chun Hao would not have entered the next level so quickly. However, the small cultivation grotto heaven only had a month's time. If he wanted to get the most out of it, Chun Hao could only challenge the second level, which was more powerful. Splash, splash. Boom, boom, boom. The 1,000-foot waterfall flowed down from the top of the mountain. Its aura alone was many times stronger than the small lake at the top of the mountain. The outer sky waterfall of the star-picking sect could not be compared to this. The terrifying vortexes were filled with endless power, as if they could devour everything. With just a glance, Chun Hao discovered that this level was much stronger than the first level, whether it was the realm of the space attribute's true essence or the way it operated. Puff! Taking a deep breath, Chun Hao dived into the lake naked. The space attribute mystery at the peak of the initial level, the moment he floated in the whirlpool like a rootless duckweed, Chun Hao was sure that the space attribute mystery contained in this lake was much stronger than the first level. The power and mystery contained in the whirlpool were also more terrifying. However, with the experience of the first floor, the pressure on Chun Hao was not as terrifying as Chun Hao had imagined. It seems like the time limit of the cultivation grotto heaven is quite reasonable. Everything was difficult at the beginning, and only the first level required the most time. Passing through all 9 levels was not difficult at all. Furthermore, the profound mysteries of the space attribute contained within it should be limited by the number of levels. Otherwise, no matter how talented one is, it would be difficult for one to pass through all 9 levels. Chun Hao immersed himself in the comprehension and operation of the vortex and began to comprehend once again. Brother Yu, it's done. On the 27th day after Chun Hao and Chen Shui stepped into the miniature grotto heaven, 5 figures gathered together. They were none other than Yu Chengfeng and Han Ji from the Southern Sea Archipelago. At this moment, Han Ji had a confident smile on his face as he said, "Everything within 1,000 feet is under my array. As long as that woman comes out, she will definitely fall into my array. If Jian Wufei and the other 2 come over, they will not be an exception. Brother Yu, you can sense it." Hearing Han Ji's words, Yu Chengfeng and the other 3 immediately released their senses. A moment later, Yu Chengfeng's face revealed a look of praise as he said, "Not bad. Even with my senses, I can't sense any aura at all. "Brother Han, you are indeed a little divine armament. Brother, you flatter me. This array talent is only a small matter compared to my talent. It's not worth mentioning," Han Ji said without hesitation. He was not being humble, but speaking the truth. In less than a month's time in Sky City, although they did not enter the miniature grotto heaven, the strength of the five of them had increased by quite a bit. Han Ji originally thought that his improvement was great, but when he sensed Yu Qingfeng's aura, he realized that he was nothing. Although Yu Qingfeng's half-step nascent soul cultivation level did not increase at all, his entire aura had become sharper. The murderous intent that he unconsciously let out made Han Ji and the others tremble in fear. One had to know that they were all top geniuses, and their cultivation level was one level higher than Yu Qingfeng's. What did this mean? It meant that Yu Qingfeng, who was half-step nascent soul, could easily kill them. This kind of killing was not something that normal cultivators could do. Gasp! Boom! On the 27th day, a few hundred miles away from Yu Qingfeng and the others, a mountain with a diameter of 1,000 feet was suddenly cut in half by a bright sword ray. The moment it was cut in half, there was only a slight sound of something breaking through the air. The entire mountain only sank down a few centimeters. But then, the top half of the mountain exploded with a loud boom. The sky was filled with rocks and debris. Like a swarm of locusts, they contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth as they shot into the sky. Impressive! A figure who had just arrived was extremely shocked as he stared at Jian Wufei, who was a few hundred feet away. His heart was filled with shock. This figure was Liao Guangye. Gasp! Liao Guangye instantly flew to Jian Wufei's side and stared at the smooth surface of the mountain that had been cut in half. His voice was filled with shock as he said, "Wufei, you have cultivated the 4th level of the Mountain River Sword technique. Peak of the 4th level." Jian Wufei slowly sheathed her sword and said coldly. Her beautiful face shone with a hint of pride. "This city in the sky is indeed a holy land for cultivation. It's beyond my imagination. Not only have I cultivated the Mountain River Sword technique to the peak of the 4th level, my Mountain River Sword technique has also reached the peak of the early stage of the Great Completion. Now, it doesn't matter if Liao Guangye and Jian Wufei are here or not. I alone am enough. But just in case, I'll bring them along." Jian Wufei thought to herself. Thinking about Yu Qingfeng's terrifying attacks, she was not sure how much Yu Qingfeng had improved in this month. Not long after, another cultivator rushed over as well. "Let's go," Jian Wufei said, and flew up. "Hide your aura. This time, we have to make sure nothing goes wrong. It'll be best if we can kill Yu Qingfeng and the others first. Then, we just have to deal with that woman from the eastern continent. Plus, they definitely know that we won't give up. Maybe they're already waiting for us. Wait." When the 3 of them were dozens of miles away from the gate, they saw Yu Qingfeng and the others from afar. This caused Jian Wufei to stop. "What's wrong?" Liao Guangye and Jian Wufei asked in confusion. "It's a little strange. Yu Qingfeng's battle power is about the same as mine. He shouldn't be so brazen. Otherwise, what happened last time might happen again. And that woman escaped. If I were him, I would definitely hide my tracks. It would be best if he could kill me in one fell swoop." Jian Wufei said with a frown. She came from an ordinary background and could be said to be a nobody at the bottom of the food chain. To be able to reach her current position, she had experienced countless life and death situations. She had experience and survival skills that other disciples did not have. Her survival skills were definitely not something an ordinary person could compare to. "Wufei, you mean there's a trap?" Liao Guangye said with a frown. Swordsman Wufei frowned and nodded How can this trick fool me? You guys just wait here. I'll go check it out and make a decision. Hiss. As Jian Wufei spoke, her aura completely disappeared in front of the two of them. Her entire body seemed to have turned into a river. Evidently, she had used the River Mountain Sword Dao's special ability. She was the River Mountain, and the River Mountain was her. Although they could see her figure, they could no longer sense her aura. If she still hasn't come out, Jian Wufei must have seen through something. Whatever, I don't believe that she can still hold back when that pretty girl comes out. We'll just take her down then. On the 30th day, seeing that the time of the small cultivation cave was getting closer and closer, and Jian Wufei and the others still had not appeared, Yu Chengfeng said casually, "Walla walla." Rumble, rumble. Inside the cave, in the small lake at the foot of the mountain, Chun Hao stood right under the waterfall with his upper body bared. His body withstood the waterfall that was 90,000 feet high. His streamlined muscles glowed with a sparkling, blood-red luster. From Chun Hao's expression, one could tell that the pressure he was withstanding right now was unimaginable to ordinary people. Chun Shui, who had already completed the 9 tests and raised her space element to the early stage of the great completion stage, stood by the lake and stared at Chun Hao. Her eyes were filled with shock. Only now did she truly understand how monstrous Chun Hao was. He was not someone she could compare to. Whether it was comprehension or cultivation talent, he was much higher than her. Especially his physical body talent, it was at an unimaginable level, who could withstand a waterfall 90,000 feet tall. Not to mention the high density of the spirit spring. Even normal water was enough to kill a peak golden core realm expert. As for Chun Hao, he had actually been cultivating under the waterfall for an entire day. Puff! Finally! Chun Hao, whose body seemed to be emitting a bloody light, could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, his figure flashed and flew out of the waterfall. He came to Chun Shui's side as if nothing had happened and said, "Finished?" "Yes. Why did you leave it for me?" Chun Shui looked at the shirtless Chun Hao and asked. She was already a little used to it. At the 8th stage, Chun Hao had already surpassed her and entered the last stage first. But Chun Hao clearly comprehended the mystery of the pool water, but he did not go to the bottom of the lake to check. "It's the same whoever gets it. I was in a hurry to cultivate, so how could I care so much? What did you get?" Chun Hao asked curiously. "A high-grade spirit artifact sword that contains the law of space. The name of the sword is Sky Smasher, and the Heaven-class high-grade sword technique, Sky Smasher sword technique, and 100 supreme-grade primordial crystal stones," Chun Shui said as she took out the sword technique, and the 100 supreme-grade primordial crystal stones. "The sword is yours. I will cultivate the sword technique first. Then I will pass it to you. As for the supreme-grade primordial crystal stones, let's split it in half, okay?" Chun Hao said directly after glancing at it. "No, I can have the sword, but you can have the supreme-grade primordial crystal stones. I don't lack primordial crystal stones. As for the sword technique, we will do as you say. Your comprehension is a little better than mine," Chun Shui said. "Okay, there is still 2 more hours before we have to leave. Unfortunately, I can't take this spirit spring with me. Let's recover to our best condition first and prepare for battle." "I can't wait any longer." Chun Hao put away the top-grade primal crystal stones and the secret technique jade slip into his storage space without hesitation, and his peerlessly handsome face flickered with a wisp of excitement and faint arrogance as he spoke. After he finished speaking, he dived into the lake again. Second update. Today is the second update. I have something to do tonight. Everyone, don't worry about Dark Mountain not paying back the debt. Within a month, Dark Mountain will definitely pay back the debt. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 283. Then, Chen Shui jumped into the lake as well. She knew that once they walked out of the grotto heaven, they would face an unavoidable battle. Their opponents were all geniuses from the southern sea islands and the western continent. One side had 5 people, the other side had 3 people. She and Chun Hao were only 2 people. Even though the 2 of them had improved a lot in this month, it was still unknown if they could win. Also, because they entered the grotto heaven, they might face the combined attacks of their opponents. Now that I've reached the peak of the early nascent soul stage, my mastery of the space element has reached the peak of the early nascent soul stage, and my mastery of the chaotic thunder sword has reached the 5th level sky-piercing thunder. With the addition of the sky-shattering sword, I'll be able to infuse the space element into it, and its power will definitely be doubled. With this kind of strength, I should have a 70% chance of defeating Jian Wufei. Chun Shui thought to herself. She had seen Jian Wufei and Yu Qingfeng's terrifying battle strength. Even though the 2 of them were half a step away from the nascent soul realm, Jian Wufei had already condensed her elemental sword intent. As for Yu Qingfeng, his folding fan was even more shocking. It was obvious that he had reached the peak of the initial stage of the wind element. No matter who it was, the 2 of them were not easy to deal with. Plus, they had partners who were equally terrifying. Even though the others were weaker than Jian Wufei and Yu Qingfeng, they were all top geniuses. In a battle of life and death, no one could be sure how strong they would be, especially the super geniuses from the southern sea islands. Most of them had ancient bloodlines. No matter how Chen Shui thought about it, she didn't think that she and Chun Hao had a high chance of winning. The only thing she was sure of was that with their state of mind and their understanding of the space element, it wouldn't be hard for them to survive. That was enough. Half an hour later, Chun Hao and Chen Shui stepped out of the lake at the same time. Chen Shui saw the excitement and confidence on Chun Hao's face and couldn't help but ask, "Chun Hao, how confident are you?" I said, "They will all die. Jian Wufei and Yu Qingfeng are very strong." Jian Wufei had comprehended an elemental sword Dao, and her cultivation level was very high. One of them has comprehended the quintessence of the wind attribute to the pinnacle of initial mastery, and his body contains the legacy of the ancient era's bloodline. It's still unclear how strong he is. Just these 2 alone are already difficult for us to kill, let alone the other 5. Indeed, the attacks of those 2 fellows were indeed very strong. In a month's time in Sky City, he might even be able to improve. However, I'm a dead person now. Chun Hao looked at Chen Shui, the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he spoke. If Chun Hao had a 10% chance of success, he would dare to try, let alone a 100% chance of success. However, this did not mean that Chun Hao would stupidly fight against 8 super geniuses with just the 2 of them. As long as he could make use of all the factors that were beneficial to the battle, he would not hesitate to use them. You mean a sneak attack? What Chen Shui was most worried about was that the arrogant Chun Hao would fight the other party openly. But now, seeing the expression on Chun Hao's face, Chen Shui heaved a sigh of relief. This Chun Hao was undoubtedly the most terrifying Chun Hao. That's right. They definitely think that I'm dead. When we go out later, I'll conceal myself, and you'll appear in front of them. Okay. They're coming out. Don't activate the array, for now. Wait for Jian Wufei and the other 2 to attack. Yu Qingfeng said confidently. In these 2 days, he had already investigated. although he did not find Jian Wufei. And the other two, he was certain that the three of them were waiting nearby. He did not believe that Jian Wufei would be able to hold back when he took down Qin Shui. Idiot! What Yu Chengfeng and the others did not expect was that even though their conversation was limited to a small area, it still did not escape Jian Wufei's ears. They also did not expect Jian Wufei to be within a few hundred feet of them. The world only knows that my mountain river sword technique is peerless, but they don't know that the mountain river sword technique's strongest point is concealment. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm limited by my cultivation level, it would be easy for me to kill you all. Jian Wufei thought. She was only half step nascent soul, although the mountain river sword technique's concealment effect was strong. She did not dare to get too close. After all, she was only concealing her aura and not her body. In this area that was already empty, there was nowhere to hide. Otherwise, she would have attacked already. I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when I break your array. Jian Wufei's beautiful face revealed a trace of evil and smugness. She was not proficient in arrays, but before it was activated, she could still break it. Any array formation needed energy crystals to operate. Han Ji's array was no exception. Although the auras of the energy crystals were all hidden, it wasn't difficult for Jian Wufei to dig them out since she knew of the existence of the array formation. Moreover, she had already finished this task a day ago. She just did not destroy it. This was because she knew that if she destroyed any of the energy crystals, Han Ji, who had set up the array, would notice. So, she could only attack when Qin Shui was about to come out of the grotto heaven. Otherwise, after the other party captured Qin Shui, it would be difficult to snatch the treasure from Yu Chengfeng's hands. This was because she could feel that Yu Chengfeng's strength had increased by quite a bit. Jian Wufei was not sure if she could defeat him. If he wanted to escape after getting the treasure, she would not be able to stop him. Time was ticking by. Jian Wufei and Yu Chengfeng were both determined to win. However, they did not consider Chen Hao and Qin Shui. Instead, they saw each other as their biggest opponents. In their eyes, Qin Shui was a lamb destined to be slaughtered. The only thing that mattered was who could obtain it. SSSS, SSSS, SSSS. Jian Wufei and Yu Chengfeng's gazes locked onto where the door to the grotto heaven appeared, and their auras were released without restraint. Finally, there was a violent ripple in the air. The door to the grotto heaven was about to open. Qin Shui was about to be ejected. Not good. What shocked Yu Chengfeng and the others was that at this moment, Han Ji's expression suddenly changed. What's wrong? Yu Chengfeng asked with a frown. Ha ha ha. At this moment, Jian Wufei's proud laughter suddenly sounded. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, her figure appeared in front of Yu Chengfeng and the others. Whoosh whoosh. Meanwhile, Liao, Guangye, and the other disciple were flying toward them from 1,000 zhang away at a shocking pace. Boom. At this moment, a terrifying energy storm erupted in the air as the door to the grotto heaven opened. Kill! Jian Wufei did not hesitate. She stabbed out with her sword and attacked Yu Chengfeng. The brilliant sword light contained a terrifying sword intent. There was no other way. Yu Chengfeng and the others had already gathered near the door to the grotto heaven. She could not rob Qin Shui immediately. Therefore, the only thing she could do was to stop Yu Chengfeng and the others. Bitch, you think you can stop me? Break for me. Boom. With a wave of his fan, a 1,000-foot-long wind dragon containing a monstrous aura flew towards Jian Wufei's terrifying attack. The four of you quickly take down that girl. At the same time, Yu Chengfeng ordered. Yu Chengfeng had no choice. Jian Wufei's sword contained a power that he had to deal with with all his strength. He had no time to deal with Chen Shui. "Brother, you don't worry." Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Han Ji and the others instantly charged towards Chen Shui, who had just appeared. At this moment, Liao Guangye and the other disciple also charged over and sent out their strongest attacks towards the four of them. Liao Guangye and the other disciple did the same as Jian Wufei and stopped the four of them from approaching Chen Shui. The scene uncontrollably returned to the scene before Chen Shui, and Chen Hao stepped into the grotto heaven. Boom, boom, boom. It was also at this moment that the entire space began to tremble violently, and a mysterious aura drifted over. The 1-month spatial barrier of Sky City had officially been opened, which also meant that all the barriers that were divided into regions according to strength and potential no longer existed. The true danger of the trial was about to begin. "Hanji, the three of you block those two, for me. I'll take down this woman. The barrier has already opened. If more experts come, it will be even more difficult. We have to hurry." Among the 5 disciples of the Southern Sea Islands, the one whose strength was second only to Yu Chengfeng said sternly to Han Ji and the others. This guy was called Shangguan Yang. "Okay." Han Ji and the others didn't hesitate and directly influenced Liao Guangye and the other disciple. They all knew that Shangguan Yang was right. With their talent, battle strength, and potential, they were definitely not far away from the late nascent soul stage experts, or even the peak of the late nascent soul stage. The main reason they were able to come here was because of their potential. Once some mid or late nascent soul stage experts came, it would undoubtedly be even more difficult to obtain the treasures on Chen Shui. No way. Chen Hao, who had merged with the world, was hiding beside Chen Shui and was a little shocked. Chen Shui also had a strange expression. They originally thought that they would have to face a terrifying attack as soon as they came out. They didn't expect that Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei's group would be unharmed and would be in a fierce battle again. "They're underestimating us." "Ha!" Chen Hao said to Chen Shui through voice transmission. "Let's end this quickly. We have to leave here before the other experts come." Chen Shui said through voice transmission. Her aura instantly became extremely cold. However, she didn't use the sky-shattering sword. Moreover, it didn't seem to be very powerful. "Ha ha ha. Little girl, do you still want to resist? Just give up, and you won't have to suffer any physical pain. If brother you didn't choose you, Shangguan Yang, could kill you with one move. Capture her," Shangguan Yang said, arrogantly. His strength was second only to Yu Chengfeng, and he sensed the fluctuation of Chen Shui's aura. He was absolutely confident that he could capture Chen Shui alive. First update. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to vote for it on Qijian. Come, your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 284. Hiss. Shangguan Yang condensed a true essence giant hand with a radius of 30 meters and directly covered Chen Shui. This true essence giant hand not only contained 100% of Shangguan Yang's strength, but also the aura of an ancient bloodline. The moment it was released, the energy of heaven and earth madly gathered towards the giant hand. Chen Shui could clearly feel the terrifying pressure contained in the giant hand. Obviously, although Shangguan Yang was arrogant, he was not careless at all. Although Chen Shui's aura was not strong at this critical moment, he had to do his best to subdue Chen Shui as quickly as possible. Only by taking Chen Shui's treasures could he be at ease. At that time, he could attack or retreat. It was not too important whether he could kill the 3 people from the Western continent or not. My dragon-capturing giant handprint is a heaven-level technique. In this sky city, It can mobilize more spiritual energy of heaven and earth. With your strength, it's useless to resist. Ha! This dragon-capturing giant handprint was not a simple offensive technique. Under normal circumstances, it was used by powerful people to capture weak opponents alive. It could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth for one's own use. Although Shang Guanyang felt that Qin Shui's aura was not as strong as his before he used the dragon-capturing giant handprint, he did not expect to subdue Qin Shui in one move. However, at this moment, to his surprise, the extremely rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Sky City actually allowed his dragon-capturing giant handprint to exert twice the power of the outside world. Thunderclap, ninth heaven, break, clang, crack. Seeing that the true essence giant hand was only 30 meters away from her and had firmly locked onto her aura, Qin Shui, who seemed to be weak, suddenly shouted and pulled out her sword in one breath. The high-grade spiritual weapon, the sky-shattering sword, suddenly emitted thousands of rays of light, and the fourth level of the chaos sword technique, the thunderclap ninth heaven, was released. Rumble! When the true essence giant hand and the thunderous sword light met, there was a terrifying roar, and the true essence giant hand and the thunderous sword light disappeared at the same time. Qin Shui, who was dressed in a blue dress, had a cold light in her eyes. Her body swayed, and she raised her sword at a moderate speed and rushed towards Shang Guanyang. At the same time, Qin Shui's body exuded a kind of fleeting spatial aura, as if she could break through space at any time, making it impossible to lock onto her. A high-grade spiritual weapon? Good, good. I didn't expect you to be able to break my dragon-capturing giant handprint. Good timing. Do you think you can hide the true essence of the space attribute from me? Shang Guanyang instantly released his mind power to the maximum and fixed his eyes on Qin Shui. He was well aware that Qin Shui, who had become one with his sword and carried a spatial attribute aura, would very likely change his trajectory and deliver a fatal blow the moment he got close to him. Moreover, Qin Shui had a high-grade spirit sword in her possession. How could he dare to be careless? Die! Suddenly, when Qin Shui was still several hundred feet away from him, she actually lightly shook the sky-shattering sword, sending out an attack that could not be considered anything at all. At this moment, Shang Guanyang didn't feel any threat at all, but his intuition of danger, which was honed in life-or-death situations, made his hair stand on end. Without any hesitation, he gathered all his strength and struck out with his palm. He even stopped defending himself. Anyway, Qin Shui was right in front of him, so he could beat her back first. However, the moment Shang Guanyang withdrew his protective genuine essence and struck out with his palm, a silent sword light pierced through his head without any warning. He didn't even have time to scream. Hiss! At the same time, Qin Shui's figure suddenly disappeared in the void. What? How is that possible? Although Yu Chengfeng and the others were fighting, they were all paying attention to Qin Shui, especially Jian Wufei. At this moment, they were at a disadvantage because of the lack of manpower. Therefore, when Shang Guanyang tried to capture Qin Shui alone, she was already prepared. Once Shang Guanyang succeeded, she would not hesitate to take a blow from Yu Chengfeng to kill him. Yu Chengfeng naturally understood the situation. He exerted his cultivation to the maximum to hold back Jian Wufei, who was very powerful. As long as Shang Guanyang succeeded, they were destined to win. However, they had never thought that it would end like this. What surprised them more was that Shang Guanyang's death was not caused by Qin Shui at all. Even though they did not catch Chen Hao's aura, Chen Hao still exposed his existence when he killed Shang Guanyang. This guy is actually still alive. We can't let them escape. At this moment, Jian Wufei and Yu Chengfeng tacitly avoided each other. Their figures flashed, and they suddenly dashed out in two different directions. Before they arrived, their terrifying will and strong killing intent covered the sky and the earth. Hiss! Hiss! Two strange spatial fluctuations as fast as lightning dashed towards Liao Guangye, Hanji, and the others who were also shocked and had stopped fighting. Heavenly thunder! Platinum sky-splitting cut. Although Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei were fast, Chen Hao and Chen Shui were even faster, especially Chen Shui, who had comprehended the space property to the peak of the first stage of the greater mastery. It was as if she had teleported. She was even faster than Chen Hao. She appeared above Hanji and performed the 5th level of the chaotic thunder sword. As for Chen Hao, he performed his most powerful attack, the platinum sky-splitting cut. Crack! Hiss! Two completely different sounds suddenly appeared, while Hanji, Liao Guangye, and the others were still in shock. One of them was like a heavenly thunder that contained destructive power. Hanji, who was the weakest in the group, did not have time to resist at all. He could not resist at all, and was directly smashed into pieces. On the other hand, Chen Hao's platinum sky-splitting cut seemed to have transcended the restraints of space. No one could stop it or resist it. Fast, ruthless, sharp, condensed. In an instant, it caused the world to lose its color. All sound seemed to disappear, and time seemed to stop. The sword light, that was about 300 feet long, was like a waterfall that turned into a light curtain that cut through everything in the world. Puff, puff, puff. Ah! Liao Guangye let out a terrified scream. He did not have time to resist at all. He could only watch as his headless body fell down and blood spurted out. He simply could not believe that this was real. At the same time, one of the other two was cut in half at the waist, and the other was cut in half at the heart. The guy who was cut in half at the heart only let out a scream before he stopped moving. As for the guy who was cut in half at the waist, he continued to scream miserably. I can't die. I can't die. I don't want to die. Brother, you, save me. Kid, tell me your name. Tell me, who are you in the Yuan Gate? Yu Chengfeng looked at Chen Hao, who was standing proudly without hiding his tracks. His face was so twisted that it no longer resembled a human's as he gritted his teeth and spoke. Jian Wufei's brows were tightly furrowed. She tightly gripped the sword in her hand. Her gaze was extremely serious as she stared coldly at Chen Hao. She was clearly much calmer than Yu Chengfeng. Her terrifying aura was still locked onto Chen Hao and Chen Shui's aura. She transmitted her voice. Yu Chengfeng, let's kill them together and split the loot equally. How about it? This kid was able to kill those pieces of trash with one strike. Although he caught them off guard, he is definitely not weaker than us. He might even have a trump card. That woman is not weak either. Okay. Yu Chengfeng's eyes flashed with a strong sense of viciousness as he spoke. At this point, his pride as the #1 inner sect disciple of the Southern Sea Islands had been crushed by Jian Wufei. It was not that Jian Wufei was stronger than him, but that the geniuses of the Southern Sea Islands were not something that the Western and Eastern continents could compare to. However, Jian Wufei was not inferior to him at all. And this Chen Hao, who he thought was dead for sure, had just displayed an attack that even he had to be careful of. Therefore, he had no choice but to join forces with Jian Wufei. In his opinion, Chen Hao was definitely a super genius of the Eastern continent's strongest sect, the Yuan Gate. To be able to survive, he naturally had to have a sacred healing medicine. Don't say it. Chen Shui hurriedly transmitted her voice to Chen Hao to stop him. She was very clear that Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei were both top geniuses of the Southern Sea Islands and the Western continent. In Sky City, there were definitely many peak late nascent soul realm and even half-step incarnation realm senior brothers and sisters of the same sect. Moreover, It was very likely that they had communication talismans between them. Once the other party knew their names, they would most likely be hunted down endlessly. However, Chen Hao smiled slightly. After glancing at Qin Shui, he proudly said, "Yuan Gate? Sorry, I have nothing to do with the Yuan Gate. Seeing that you are about to die, I don't mind telling you my name. I am Chen Hao, merely a disciple of a third-rank sect in the Eastern Continent." Ha ha ha. Qin Shui frowned slightly and didn't say anything else. Since Chen Hao did this, he naturally believed in his own strength. Moreover, doing this would undoubtedly be beneficial to his elusive fortune. Moreover, he would be able to fight to his heart's content without leaving any inner demons. This was indeed the case. Chen Hao had been cultivating crazily for a month. Whether it was his strength or his cultivation level, Chen Hao had improved tremendously. Just now, he had killed 3 people with a single slash, which made him feel very good. Under the rising battle intent, the arrogance in his bones completely exploded. His laughter was like thunder from the 9 heavens, shaking the surroundings. His entire mood was much more carefree. The power of the platinum sky-splitting slash also gave him a clearer understanding of it. The slash just now was just a pure platinum sky-splitting slash, without any spatial mysteries. Moreover, he had only used 80% of his strength. Although it still consumed a lot of energy, it wouldn't be a problem to use it 10 more times. When the time comes, if he combined the flaws of the solitary sword technique and spatial mysteries, how powerful would it be? At this point, if he still wanted to hide, he wouldn't be Chen Hao. Chen Hao was looking forward to it. What made Chen Hao even happier was that he finally understood his Tao and the direction he should work towards in the future. Just based on this point alone, even if his strength didn't increase, this trial in Sky City was worth it. Chen Hao, you're Chen Hao, the one who ranked 6th in the test? When Yu Chengfeng and Jian Wufei heard Chen Hao's name, they both revealed a trace of shock. What, are you scared? Chen Hao's lips curled up slightly as he stared at the two of them. His expression and tone were filled with naked contempt and disdain. I, Yu Chengfeng, have indeed underestimated you. However, you're not worthy of making me, Yu Chengfeng, scared. Yu Chengfeng gritted his teeth. Chen Hao's expression and tone at this moment should be Yu Chengfeng's. But today, someone dared to treat him like this. And it was someone younger than him. How could he tolerate this? Cut the crap. Leave the woman to me. After I kill this woman, we'll work together to kill him. We can't let them escape. Jian Wufei said viciously. As she spoke, she suddenly attacked like a poisonous snake. Second update. Each chapter is 3,000 words. Dark Mountain won't shrink from paying his debt. Also, Dark Mountain said that he would pay it all in a month, not the end of this month. To be precise, he will pay it all around the 17th of next month. Dark Mountain will continue to work hard. There will be a third update tonight. Thank you, everyone. Please support Dark Mountain. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 285. Jian Wufei slashed out with her sword, and the brilliant sword light locked onto Qin Shui as it tore through the void. At the same time, Yu Chengfeng hesitated for a moment before attacking violently. His body seemed to transform into a wind dragon as he charged towards Chen Hao and Jian Wufei. I'll deal with this woman. Sensing the aura of the two, Chen Hao's battle-intense sword as he suddenly sent a voice transmission to Qin Shui. As he spoke, he raised his sword to meet Jian Wufei. The reason why Chen Hao did this was not because Jian Wufei was stronger than Yu Chengfeng, but because he could sense that Jian Wufei's mountain river sword Dao was more dangerous and fierce. Especially the sword intent that it contained, it was extremely terrifying. If he was not careful, he could cause fatal damage to Qin Shui. As for the more violent Yu Chengfeng, he was more suitable for Qin Shui, who specialized in strange attacks. All right. Hiss, Qin Shui replied as her body flashed. She unleashed the power of the space attribute to the extreme as she charged towards Yu Chengfeng with lightning speed. Your opponent is me. Swoosh. Chen Hao casually slashed out with his sword and blocked Jian Wufei's sword light as he charged towards Jian Wufei. Ha ha ha. That's great. Little girl, it would be a pity to kill you. It's not too late to surrender. Yu Chengfeng, now is not the time to lust after beauty. This kid is hard to deal with. Let's end this quickly. When Yu Chengfeng saw that Chen Hao and Qin Shui had swapped opponents, he was overjoyed. When he heard that Jian Wufei had chosen to kill Qin Shui first, he was a little conflicted. After all, a beauty like Qin Shui was rare. It would be a pity if she was killed just like that. Therefore, when he saw that Chen Hao was charging towards Jian Wufei, and Qin Shui was charging towards him, he said excitedly. However, before he could finish, Jian Wufei's cold voice interrupted him. Jian Wufei knew that Chen Hao must be very strong, but she didn't think that Chen Hao would be able to easily sever her sword will that had locked onto Qin Shui. Don't worry, it's just a short while. Just don't let him escape. 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I will subdue this chick. Ha ha ha, Yu Chengfeng said, arrogantly. At the same time, he opened his folding fan with a schwa sound and instantly started fighting with Qin Shui. Jian Wufei frowned. She had taken one step at a time. She had experienced countless life and death situations to reach her current position. Her calmness and survivability far surpassed that of ordinary people. She would never underestimate her opponent in any battle, especially when she truly fought Chen Hao. Even though they had only fought once, she could still sense how terrifying Chen Hao was. This feeling was not only because of his strength, but also because of Chen Hao's gaze that was as sharp as a sword, as well as his calm and collected aura that was as heavy as a mountain. This feeling was far more stressful than when she faced Yu Chengfeng. However, at this moment, she knew that it was impossible to control the lecherous Yu Chengfeng. With a cold snort, Jian Wufei's mind was completely immersed in the battle. A terrifying will of the sword emanated from her body and rushed towards Chen Hao. She slashed out with her sword, and 2 rays of sword light appeared. What a strong will of the sword! Even Chen Hao, who was full of fighting spirit, couldn't help but praise her. The 2 rays of sword light that Jian Wufei shot out had completely different auras. One of them was heavy like a mountain and pressed down like Mount Tai, and it imperceptibly caused Chen Hao to arouse a feeling of powerlessness that was impossible to resist. It seemed as if he couldn't avoid it, and no matter how he resisted, he would be smashed into meat paste. On the other hand, the other was vast like an ocean and unfathomable, and it was like a continuous stream of furious waves that shook the heavens, wave after wave, and each wave was stronger than the last, and it was capable of drowning him at any moment. The only similarity was that the 2 rays of sword light were as fast as lightning. What was even more terrifying was that the 2 rays of sword light fused together and locked onto Chen Hao from all directions. Feeling the immense pressure, Chen Hao was shocked and excited at the same time. However, he didn't use brute force to break through. Instead, he immersed himself in the mysteries of his opponent's sword technique. His brain was spinning rapidly, and his powerful perception was fully displayed at this moment. Schwa! He stabbed out with his sword and instantly attacked the weak point of the fusion of the 2 rays of sword light. It was also the weakest point of the will of the sword. He seemed to have easily broken through Jian Wufei's attack. Seeing Chun Hao easily break through her 2 layers of mountain and sea without using brute force, Jian Wufei's face revealed a trace of shock. Nobody knew better than her that although Chun Hao's attack seemed simple, if one didn't have great vision, great perception, and shocking courage, he wouldn't have dared to use so little strength to attack. If he wasn't careful, he would have been heavily injured. Yu Chengfeng used the same move to break through it, with absolute strength. Chun Hao was originally in the advanced stage of the Golden Core stage. To be able to rank 6th in the test, he definitely has great overall abilities. He said that he was a disciple of a 3rd-rank sect. To be able to achieve what he has today, he must have experienced countless life and death situations. Such an opponent is even more terrifying than Yu Chengfeng. I can't let my guard down. Jian Wufei was truly shocked at this moment. However, even though she was shocked, she wasn't afraid at all. She didn't achieve what she had today through trickery. Constantly challenging her limits was her forte, not to mention that she still had the ability to save her life. What was there to fear? Bitch, it seems like you want to die. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Boom. On the other side, Yu Chengfeng was both furious and shocked when he saw Qin Shui, who seemed to have blended into space, evading his 10 moves in a row. He immediately raised his strength to the limit. He couldn't understand how such a beautiful woman like Qin Shui could withstand his killing intent that even a mid-nascent soul stage expert would fear. What surprised him even more was that his wind element that had just reached the early stage of the greater success stage seemed to have met its nemesis under Qin Shui's spatial profundity. He was fast, but Qin Shui was faster. Moreover, she kept on fighting him. She made him unable to use his strength. If this continued, even if he used 100 or 1,000 moves, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Qin Shui. You're not worthy, Qin Shui said in a cold voice. After she finished speaking, she actually stopped fighting and directly attacked with her sword. The more Qin Shui fought, the more confident she became. Her opponent was only half a step away from the original level, even though his physique and potential were extremely high, allowing Yu Chengfeng's qi to be more powerful than Qin Shui's. The difference wasn't that big. The only thing that affected Qin Shui was her opponent's chilling killing intent. Luckily, Qin Shui had already understood the space element to the peak of the initial stage of the greater success stage. The space element was a powerful element that surpassed the 5 elements. Without time, space was king. Whether it was speed or profundity, it far surpassed the wind element. This allowed Qin Shui to be undefeatable. Of course, Qin Shui didn't know that if Yu Chengfeng wanted to kill her from the start, she would have been heavily injured. Sadly, Yu Chengfeng's lust killed her. To know that no matter how strong the killing intent was, without the intention to kill, it would lose its soul. How could it be strong? Now, even if Yu Chengfeng wanted to kill her, it was too late, because the effect of killing intent was to kill with 1 strike. Then it would weaken, then it would be exhausted. Qin Shui had already gotten used to his killing intent. No matter how strong it was, it wouldn't have the desired effect. Ha! Is this the way of the sword? Bring it on. Let me see how strong a woman with a heart as vicious as a snake and scorpion is. Seeing Qin Shui's aura skyrocket, Chun Hao, who had been paying attention to Qin Shui all this time, praised her in his heart and relaxed completely. At this moment, he arrogantly laughed at Jian Wufei. You don't know what's good for you. Hiss, hiss. Jian Wufei suddenly thrust out her sword and spear. Originally, she had been holding back. After all, her cooperation with Yu Chengfeng was only temporary. If she and Chun Hao were to be seriously injured before Yu Chengfeng succeeded, Then Yu Chengfeng wouldn't keep his promise and would kill her as well. But now, seeing that Yu Chengfeng couldn't suppress Chen Shui, she didn't dare to hold back anymore. Long-distance attacks could no longer satisfy her needs. Similarly, Chen Hao wasn't satisfied. In an instant, the two figures intertwined. Jian Wufei focused all of her energy and will of the sword Dao onto her sword. She slashed out again and again, each of her attacks aiming for the vitals of her enemies. She believed that Chen Hao would definitely not be able to catch her weakness in a close combat situation where she could unleash 100 swords in an instant. The mountain river sword technique was about using one's strength to suppress others. It was domineering. Slash after slash. Every move was a strong attack. It was as if the entire world was in her hands. If they were on the same level, she would definitely be the one to win. Ding, ding, ding. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing and terrifying energy from the secret manual raged between the two of them. What shocked Chen Hao was that ever since he stepped into the world of cultivation, with the solitary sword technique in his hands, no one had ever been able to continuously attack him. After all, as long as he made a move, there would be a flaw. With a flaw, Chen Hao would be able to take the absolute initiative. But on Jian Wufei, there was an exception. Jian Wufei's strong attacks were like sparks, surpassing Chen Hao's reaction speed. Moreover, the terrifying sword intent caused Chen Hao to feel immense pressure. His mind and thoughts were greatly suppressed. Left with no choice, Chen Hao could only infuse the profoundness of the space attribute into the solitary sword art. Every time he swung out his sword, it was as if there was a vortex within it, using it to cause Jian Wufei's sword to deviate from its trajectory. Only then did he manage to deal with Jian Wufei's strong attacks. What Chen Hao didn't know was that Jian Wufei was even more shocked than him. In a situation where they didn't use their trump cards and fought in close combat, no one had ever been able to compete with her. Even Yu Chengfeng could only dodge. But Chen Hao, under her sharp, dense, and lightning-fast attacks, was able to hit her weak points 4 out of 5 times. What was even more shocking was that Chen Hao's every slash contained the space element's rotational force, swallowing her energy. It wasn't strange for the space element to be contained in a move that needed time to prepare, but to be able to contain it in a sword move at all times was too shocking. Third update. Make up. Continue to work hard tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 286. Boom. Jian Wufei released a move with all her might as she retreated. At the same time, her aura began to soar. At this point, Jian Wufei knew that if she wanted to take down Chen Hao, she would have to use her trump card. You are indeed very strong. You are the first person to force me, Jian Wufei, to this extent. You should be proud of yourself. Now, I will show you my true strength. Hiss. Jian Wufei's eyes flashed. As she spoke, her aura began to change strangely. It was as if she had merged with the heavens and earth. A thick and majestic aura began to emanate from her body. It was as if she had transformed into a mountain. She slowly rose into the air. Boom, boom, boom. All of the heaven and earth spiritual energy within a radius of 3,000 feet suddenly began to gather towards Jian Wufei's body at an astonishing speed. Even more astonishing was that the small mountain behind Jian Wufei suddenly began to collapse. Even the ground was ripped apart, and countless hard rocks of various sizes flew into the air as Jian Wufei slowly raised her sword, hovering behind her. Jian Wufei's clothes fluttered in the wind, and her expression was cold. An aura of absolute dominance spread out from her, not to mention Chen Hao, who was bearing the brunt of it. Even Yu Chengfeng and Qin Shui, who were fighting not far away, were greatly affected. Yu Chengfeng and Qin Shui couldn't help but be distracted by the battle between Chen Hao and Jian Wufei. They both retreated and stopped fighting. At this point, even though Yu Chengfeng didn't want to admit it, he knew that if he wanted to take down Qin Shui, he wouldn't be able to do it in a short period of time. I didn't expect Jian Wufei to be so strong. Is this the 5th level of the Mountain River Sword technique, dancing the mountains? It has to be, drawing upon the power of the heavens and earth, dancing the mountains and mountains for me to use and suppress everything. Impressive. However, Jian Wufei is clearly using a skill that is beyond her limits. After she kills that brat Chen Hao, she will definitely suffer a huge backlash. Yu Chengfeng stared at Jian Wufei, his heart filled with shock, but he was also secretly pleased. He was shocked at Jian Wufei's strength, but he was pleased because Jian Wufei's actions had undoubtedly given him the perfect opportunity. In his battle with Qin Shui, he had indeed done his best. However, he hadn't used his trump card at all. That was because he knew very well that his cooperation with Jian Wufei was nothing more than working with a wolf. The result he wanted to see the most was for Chen Hao and Jian Wufei to both be severely injured. Bring it on. Boom. Sensing the immense pressure from Jian Wufei, Chen Hao's deep black eyes flashed with a brilliant light. His blood boiled, and the arrogance and fighting spirit hidden deep within his bones completely erupted at this moment. His essence, energy, and spirit seemed to have materialized, turning into a straight line of smoke that soared into the sky. At the same time, Chen Hao gripped the 5-elemental sword tightly in his right hand and slowly raised it up. Every time he raised it up a bit, the aura around him would rise up a bit. When the tip of the sword was pointed at Jian Wufei, who was hovering in the air, his entire being emitted a sharp aura that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. So strong. Yu Chengfeng was shocked beyond words. But then his eyes became even more vicious. He thought to himself, this is even better. This Chen Hao's aura is actually on par with Jian Wufei's. Even if the two of them don't die in one move, they will lose their ability to fight. Later, when I use my trump card and heavily injure Qin Shui, I will be able to do whatever I want. Is this his limit? Unlike Yu Chengfeng, Qin Shui sensed the aura that Chen Hao was emitting. Her beautiful face revealed a trace of seriousness. However, it was only seriousness. In the small-sized grotto heaven, her understanding of Chen Hao had reached a certain level. Take this. Jian Wufei's aura had reached its peak. She was like a high and mighty king as she slashed out with her sword. Boom, 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 boom. Giant rocks covered the sky like locusts as they attacked Chen Hao. Every single one of them contained the terrifying will of the heavens and earth. Their speed was many times faster than the speed of sound. But what was even more shocking was that Jian Wufei had become one with her sword. After borrowing the power of the heavens and earth to attack with the giant rocks, her aura suddenly disappeared. Even her body disappeared from Chen Hao's eyes as she hid among the giant rocks. This was the true killing move. Even Chen Shui, who had absolute confidence in Chen Hao, had a change of expression at this moment. She had never thought that Jian Wufei's ultimate move would contain such a shocking stealth attack. This was her area of expertise. However, even with her superior soul perception, she couldn't lock onto Jian Wufei's aura. This was definitely dangerous. Similarly, Chen Hao was also shocked. At this moment, Chen Hao felt an unprecedented threat of death. I can't sense it. River Mountain Sword Dao. River Mountain Sword Dao. It contains the concept of mountains and earth transforming into mountains and earth. So that's how it is. In that instant, Chun Hao's shocking comprehension ability understood the true power of Jian Wufei's River Mountain Sword Dao. Transforming into mountains and earth, she was mountains and earth was her. Between the layers of giant rocks, her aura had completely merged with them. Every boulder was her, and she was every boulder. To put it bluntly, the attack of the giant rocks was just a cover for her true killing move. She was too fast, and Chun Hao didn't have much time to think or comprehend. The only thing he could do was face her head on, and Chun Hao knew that he had to be even faster. At this moment, Chun Hao's mind was more focused than ever. With a loud shout, his sword swept out. Another sword swept out. Another sword swept out. Shwa, shwa, shwa. 3 consecutive swords, as fast as shooting stars. Every sword was a platinum heaven, splitting slash. Boom, 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 boom. The 3 swords seemed to come at the same time and contained a terrifying spatial vortex. The moment they collided with the giant rocks, there was a loud explosion that shook the heavens and earth. The giant rocks were directly turned to dust. Jian Wufei's figure suddenly appeared. Die. No one could describe how shocked Jian Wufei was at this moment. She originally thought that her sword, which surpassed her cultivation level, would definitely be able to kill Chun Hao. She didn't even need to use her one with the sword to attack. But she didn't think that Chun Hao would be able to instantly shatter her dancing mountains and earth spirit chi. In her estimation, with Chun Hao's strength, this was absolutely impossible. But Chun Hao did it. Consecutive killer moves. What kind of concept was this? At the very least, Jian Wufei had never seen or even heard of someone who was able to use such a move in succession. But Chun Hao instantly sent out 3 platinum heaven splitting slashes, leaving her with nowhere to hide. Her mind, energy, and strength, all of her will under extreme shock, made Jian Wufei more focused than ever. She, who was one with the sword, seemed to tear through the void and lock onto Chun Hao's forehead. She didn't believe that Chun Hao could use another killer move. Plus, even if Chun Hao could use another killer move, she was confident that she could use her strongest sword to kill Chun Hao. Hiss! Closer, closer! Jian Wufei seemed to see the hope of victory. Ah! Chen Shui screamed. But at this moment, she couldn't help at all. Not to mention that she couldn't use her killer move in time. Even if she did, it would be useless. Yu Chengfeng was excited, but at the same time, he was terrified. What did Chun Hao's consecutive killer moves mean? Just what sort of concept was that when Jian Wufei concealed herself, she was able to erupt with peerless might? He, Yu Chengfeng, was the strongest of the 3 forces the South Sea Islands intersect. But at this moment, he knew that whether it was Chun Hao or Jian Wufei, he couldn't win against them. Luckily, the 2 of them were on the verge of death. He was certain that Chun Hao would die, and Jian Wufei wouldn't be any better. At that time, it would be time for him to kill Jian Wufei. At this moment of life and death, the pale-faced Chun Hao's expression was cold to the extreme. 3 consecutive platinum sky-splitting slashes was his limit. In reality, if it wasn't for his dual cultivation of martial arts and mental energy, allowing his mental energy to surpass others of the same level and his soul power to surpass others, he wouldn't have been able to use his killer moves in succession. But even so, the price he had to pay was great. With his current strength, he could definitely use 10 platinum sky-splitting slashes. But just 3 of them cost him 60% of his true energy. But he couldn't even hurt Jian Wufei. And at this moment, he was facing Jian Wufei's true killer move. At this moment, Chun Hao could clearly tell that even if he combined the solitary sword technique and the space element into the platinum sky-splitting slash and used all his strength, he still wouldn't be able to defend against her strongest attack. What would the result be? Death. Melt for me. The thick aura of death made Chun Hao go crazy. There was no reason to hide anymore. He couldn't hide anymore. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. As Chun Hao shouted, Chun Hao slashed out again. It was still the platinum sky splitting slash. It still contained the space element. But the difference was boom, 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 boom. Ao, 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 Ga, Ga. Along with Chun Hao's strike, the roar of a beast that resounded through the heavens, and the earth suddenly gushed out from the five-element sword. Flying dragon leaves the abyss. Qilin breaks the earth. Fierce tiger descends the mountain. Vermilion bird burns the heavens. Turtle snake overturns the sea. The inherited power of the five divine beasts was forcefully infused into the platinum sky splitting slash by Chun Hao. Ever since he obtained the five divine beasts, he basically hid them. First, he didn't want to borrow their power. Second, he didn't have the time to spend on the five divine beasts during his intense cultivation journey. However, this mindset had changed when he was cultivating in the Grotto Heaven. In the past, he was biting off more than he could chew. He was fantasizing too much about the secrets of the Tao. He didn't realize that only the things in his hands belonged to him. Only by constantly comprehending and perfecting one's own Tao would one be able to step onto the strongest path. Chun Hao didn't know the consequences of forcefully fusing them. But he knew that if he didn't do so, he would die. Between the unknown and death, he chose the unknown. At this moment, Chun Hao felt as if all the essence, energy, and spirit in his body had been sucked out. His internal organs, meridians, and golden core had all suffered a severe backlash in an instant. However, Chun Hao gritted his teeth and completed this sword strike, the strongest slash of his life. Part 1. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 287. The terrified Chen Shui felt as if her heart was in her throat. She circulated her energy to the maximum as she prepared to fight with her life on the line. She had always been calm and was rarely impulsive, but facing the possibility of Chun Hao dying under Jian Wufei's sword, she could no longer remain calm. But at this moment, Chen Shui, who thought that Chun Hao had reached his limit, didn't expect Chen Hao to once again display strength that exceeded her expectations. How is this possible? Yu Chengfeng was already a little dumbfounded. His face was twisted to the extreme as he stared at Chun Hao in a daze. His heart trembled as he couldn't take the repeated blows from Jian Wufei and Chun Hao. He also deeply understood that if he fought with Jian Wufei and Chun Hao in a life-and-death battle, he would be the one to lose. Jian Wufei was even more terrified than Chen Shui and Yu Chengfeng. When Chun Hao broke through his limit and unleashed his strongest attack, Swordswoman's cold eyes suddenly shrank. She had never felt fear before, but at this moment, she felt the threat of death from the depths of her heart. She couldn't tell what the outcome would be, but she knew that she couldn't win, and there was no way out. Clang! Rumble! The two swords clashed, causing the earth to crack. At this moment, even the heavens and earth darkened. Jian Wufei's body was like a kite with a broken string. She spat out a stream of blood as she flew backwards. On the other hand, Chun Hao, who was already standing on the ground, was directly struck by the terrifying recoil, creating a deep ravine on the ground. His entire body also spat out a mouthful of blood as he fell limply to the ground. Chun Hao! Hiss! Chun Shui cried out loudly in terror. Then she suddenly vanished on the spot and charged towards Chun Hao like a bolt of lightning. Ha ha! Geniuses, top geniuses. You are all top geniuses. But today you will all die in my hands. Ha ha! Hiss! When Yu Chengfeng saw the results of the battle, he immediately woke up from his shock. He laughed wildly in excitement. As he spoke, he turned into a streak of light and shot towards Jian Wufei, who was still floating in the void. He would first kill the heavily injured Jian Wufei, then kill Chen Hao, who was protected by Qin Shui. His wishful thinking was absolutely good, but just as Yu Chengfeng was about to catch up to Jian Wufei, a terrifying aura suddenly surged out of Jian Wufei's forehead. It was an aura that Jian Wufei didn't even have at her peak state. This aura was extremely strong, not to mention a half-step nascent soul stage cultivator. Even in primordial spirit stage, cultivator wouldn't have this aura. At this moment, the aura Yu Chengfeng felt was not at all inferior to the aura of their sect master. In his fear, Yu Chengfeng almost fell from the sky. How would he dare to attack? It was also at this moment that Yu Chengfeng saw an illusory figure containing a terrifying will appear beside Jian Wufei. That illusory figure lightly waved his hand at Jian Wufei. In the next instant, the illusory figure transformed into a mysterious energy that enveloped Jian Wufei. After that, the illusory figure vanished into the void. Celestial primes will. Could it be the celestial primes will? How is this possible? How did she get it? This time, Yu Chengfeng was really scared out of his wits. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. No matter what, he did not expect Jian Wufei to have obtained the celestial prime's will. As a top genius of a 9th rank sect in the South Sea, his knowledge was far beyond that of Chen Hao and Qin Shui. How many people in the entire boundless continent could obtain the celestial prime's will? In Yu Chengfeng's knowledge, only in the most powerful, chaotic, and competitive middle continent, there were less than 2 top geniuses who could obtain the celestial prime's will. This was the protection that the supreme existence of the boundless continent, the limitless celestial palace, gave to the geniuses with great potential. Those who were able to obtain the protection were all exceptional geniuses. Although Yu Chengfeng had the confidence to break through, the current him was not even worth a fart in front of these people. But Jian Wufei, who was only half a step away from the nascent soul stage, obtained it. I actually lost. Jian Wufei, who was surrounded by a mystical aura and extremely weak, spoke with an unwilling expression on her face within a mystical space. This space was a mini heavenly abode that the celestial primes will opened up. With the protection of this heavenly abode, Jian Wufei could naturally escape death. However, from now on, she would no longer have her strongest trump card. That was because everyone only had one chance. When she saw Chen Hao's true strength, she was fearless because of this trump card. But at that time, she never thought that she would need it. If she knew this would happen, she would rather give up on Chen Hao. It was just a training ground for the golden core and nascent soul stage cultivators. How good could the items in the heavenly abode be? She wouldn't trade for anything precious, let alone primal crystal stones, heaven-level techniques, or upper-level spiritual weapons. This was something that could even save her life if she met an essence soul stage cultivator. But now, it was wasted on Chen Hao, a cultivator at the peak of the golden core stage. Taking a deep breath, Jian Wufei's eyes shone with unwillingness and coldness. She didn't waste any more time and entered the state of recovery. Since I can't kill her now, I'll just kill Chen Hao. Yu Chengfeng, who was on the verge of pissing himself, was stunned for a few minutes under that terrifying aura. He only came back to his senses when all the immortal venerates' wills dissipated. He thought to himself viciously, but when he turned around, Chen Hao and Qin Shui were nowhere to be seen. They ran away. Yu Chengfeng was both shocked and furious. He spread out his senses, but couldn't sense any trace of Chen Hao and Qin Shui's auras. After a month of hard work, he didn't even get anything. He even watched as the other four super geniuses of the South Sea Islands were killed. Adding on the fact that Chun Hao and Jian Wufei had hurt him, it was hard for his heart not to be twisted. Die, die, die! You all have to die. Chun Hao's talent, comprehension, and combat power are no less than Jian Wufei's. If he is allowed to grow, he will definitely be able to obtain the celestial primes, He must die. That girl is no worse than me. It's obviously impossible to subdue her. She must die too. Jian Wufei must die too. The celestial primes can only save her life once. She's gone. I've already offended them. If I don't kill them, they'll kill me one day. Uft. Yu Chengfeng had no choice but to crush a sect disciple communication talisman. He sent out all the information about Chun Hao, Chun Shui, and Jian Wufei. He believed that the peak late-stage nascent soul realm and half-step incarnation realm experts in the sect who had entered Sky City would not ignore him after receiving his information. Because even though he was half-step nascent soul, his prestige in the sect was unparalleled. Because his potential was undoubtedly the strongest. The only difference now was the difference in cultivation level. Hiss! After doing all this, Yu Chengfeng turned into a ray of light and flew towards the depths of Sky City. It was obviously impossible to chase after Chun Hao and Chun Shui. Once Chun Hao recovered a bit, it wouldn't be a problem of chasing after him. But how to escape? He was already scared out of his wits by Chun Hao and Jian Wufei. As for Jian Wufei, he knew that she couldn't be here with the celestial primes Otherwise, she wouldn't be a life-saving talisman. Hiss! In the void. Every time they flashed, they would travel a few hundred feet. Chun Shui carried the heavily injured Chun Hao and pushed her speed to the limit. She had reached the peak of the early stage of the greater mastery of the space element, so her speed was extremely fast. Even a peak late-stage nascent soul or half-step incarnation realm expert might not be able to catch up to her. And this was the speed of carrying a person. Chun Hao's injuries were very serious. The injuries on his body weren't any less than when he entered the cultivation paradise. What was more serious was that Chun Hao had used up all his energy. Even his essence, energy, and soul seemed to have been sucked dry. He was extremely weak. It could be said that the battle between Chun Hao and Jian Wufei was a lose-lose situation. Both of them had almost lost their lives. With such heavy injuries, Chun Hao naturally couldn't be carried by Chun Shui. She could only hold him firmly in her arms. Moreover, while flying at such a high speed, she had to use her energy to protect Chun Hao. At the same time, she poured her true yuan into Chun Hao's almost dried-up dantian to help him refine the healing pills. Can't you close your eyes? In the beginning, Chun Shui, who was busy running away, put all her focus on how to get rid of Yu Chengfeng. After flying continuously for an hour, when she was sure that Yu Chengfeng couldn't catch up to her, Chun Shui suddenly realized that Chun Hao, who was in her arms, was staring at her. If he was staring, then so be it. Occasionally looking was nothing. But after looking a few times, Chun Shui discovered that Chun Hao's eyes were open the entire time. Chun Shui finally couldn't help but say, "Actually, you could have killed Yu Chengfeng. Why did you run?" Chun Hao didn't answer Chun Shui. Instead, he weakly said, feeling Chun Shui's warm and soft embrace. Although Chun Hao was heavily injured, his heart was very satisfied. It wasn't that Chun Hao had any shameless thoughts. It was because this child lacked too much love and care in his previous life. Chun Shui desperately running away with him made him feel like he was being protected. What made him speechless was that this fellow actually enjoyed this rare warmth. Coupled with the faint fragrance of Chun Shui's virgin body, it was simply too easy to intoxicate him, I'm not absolutely sure. It would be bad if you were to be affected. Chen Shui avoided Chun Hao's gaze as she searched for a temporary shelter. I'm not that weak. The most serious thing is that I've exhausted my energy. Even if this injury was 10 times more serious, it wouldn't be a problem. If that kid doesn't die, Sky City will be much more dangerous for us. Just be careful and avoid it. It's nothing. Chen Shui said, but that Jian Wufei is really too terrifying. That appeared at the end. There's always a mountain higher than the other. Cough, cough. Chun Hao opened his mouth and said. However, when he spoke, his eyes, which were lying on his back, were looking at the charming and gentle figure. This was definitely unintentional, but since he had already said it, he couldn't take it back. Fortunately, Chen Shui didn't have any reaction. Chun Hao hurriedly said, that was the will of a celestial sovereign. Let alone me, even a primordial soul, realm expert, wouldn't be able to kill her. Will of a celestial sovereign. What is that? Chun Shui asked in surprise. Second update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 288. The Immortal Sovereign's will is the protection of the limitless immortal palace. Only the true geniuses of the limitless immortal palace have it. Jian Wufei comprehended the Mountain River Sword Dao at the Golden Core stage and condensed the Sword Dao will. She is indeed extraordinary. It is said that the number of disciples under the nascent soul stage in the limitless continent can be counted on one hand. Only the monstrous geniuses of the middle continent have it. Of course, this is only on the surface. The ones that spread out are those who have used the immortal sovereign's will. No one would say such things. Just like Jian Wufei, if it wasn't exposed, who would know that she had it? Maybe there are people in the eastern continent who have it too, Chun Hao said slowly. When he mentioned the eastern continent, Xia Yuyu's figure appeared in Chun Hao's mind. How do you know so much? Chun Shui looked at Chun Hao in surprise. It's a secret. Chun Hao's blood-stained lips curled up slightly. He used the word secret to dodge Chun Shui's question. He couldn't help it. Itoda knew all this, and he couldn't say it out loud. Chun Shui pouted unhappily and didn't ask further. More than 10 minutes later, Chun Shui found a small but absolutely hidden cave on a mountain peak. With his powerful soul perception, he confirmed that there was no danger before leading Chun Hao in. It had to be said that Chun Hao's recovery ability was obviously several times stronger than the last time he was seriously injured. In just 2 hours of flight, although he had Chun Shui's help, the two of them were still chatting. But even so, the huge injuries on Chun Hao's body had recovered by about 30%. Under the effect of the pure medicine, the true Yuan in his Dantian had also recovered by 10%. We are flying towards the outer area. There shouldn't be any danger here. Hurry up and heal your injuries. I will guard you. Chen Shui put Chun Hao down and said, Okay. Chun Hao nodded. He didn't stand on ceremony and entered a state of cultivation. Chun Shui sat cross-legged at the entrance of the cave. Although Chen Shui didn't enter the life and death battle, the pressure that Yu Chengfeng gave her and the battle between Chun Hao and Jian Wufei gave her a lot of benefits. Once she completely digested it, Chen Shui was sure that her battle strength would increase by a lot. A day later, Chun Shui was meditating when she suddenly felt a familiar fluctuation in the surrounding space. It was familiar because she had experienced it before. But what surprised Chen Shui was that this fluctuation was far more powerful than what she had experienced before. At this instant, Chen Shui clearly felt that the energy of heaven and earth that she could originally easily absorb had actually been forcefully pulled away from her body at this moment, as if it had been sucked into a vacuum, causing her to be unable to absorb the slightest bit of it. Sovereigns! Chen Shui opened her eyes in surprise and stared at Chen Hao, who was sitting cross-legged not far away. Clearly, Chen Hao's cultivation had advanced once again. Half stage. What is the concept of half stage? Specifically, any half-stage cultivator has the necessary conditions to enter the original realm. As long as they are willing, they can trigger the heavens' punishment. It's just that no one dares to trigger the heavens' punishment. From the golden elixir realm onwards, any breakthrough in the next realm requires one to undergo the heavens' punishment. The strength of the heavens' punishment varies from person to person. The stronger the person, the more terrifying the heavens' punishment. No cultivator dares to trigger the heavens' punishment recklessly. Especially for normal cultivators, the heavens' punishment is a nightmare to them. Some people will only risk their lives when their lifespan is nearing its end. Even super geniuses like Chu Qingtian, Gu Xing, and Wu Ruochen don't dare to be careless. Of course, it's not that they are afraid that they can't overcome it. It's that they want to improve themselves more. The stronger the heavens' punishment is, the greater the danger, but the greater the rewards. This is because the heavens' punishment is a refinement of the body, soul, and mind. If one can successfully overcome it, there will be great benefits. Therefore, these super geniuses will only trigger the heavens' punishment when they can no longer improve themselves, and when their minds are perfect and they have no inner demons. Though this slows down their cultivation speed, once they enter a higher realm, they will have more potential and more flexibility. Phew! Half-stage original realm. After a full 10 minutes, Chen Hao let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. His handsome face shone with a trace of excitement. Chen Hao could clearly feel that the golden elixir in his dantian was beating slightly. Like a baby's heart, it produced a trace of life. This was the sign of forming the original realm. As long as he triggers the heavens' punishment, he will successfully overcome it. He will break through to the original realm. The density of my Zhenyuan has increased by 40%. I didn't think that a half-step original realm cultivator would be so powerful. He. Chen Hao saw Chen Shui staring at him and smiled. He was certain that if he were to face Jian Wufei's last attack, Chen Hao would be able to easily take it. This is the absolute power brought by the increase in cultivation level. 40%? Are you sure? Chen Shui was shocked. Is it a lot? It seems a bit much. Chen Hao smiled proudly. Edo Ta was already roaring in Chen Hao's mind. What do you mean a bit much? When I reached the half-step nascent soul stage, it only increased by 25%. That was already very shocking. Half-step nascent soul realm was only at the golden core realm. But you increased it by 40%. If you enter the original realm, I really don't know how much you can improve. Chen Shui said speechlessly. You will know when the time comes. Speaking of which, I'm curious. Why are you in such a hurry to increase your cultivation level? With your talent, if you weren't in a hurry to increase your cultivation level, your early original realm strength wouldn't be so low. Secret. What caused Chen Hao to be speechless was that Chen Shui straightforwardly gave him a taste of his own medicine and shut Chen Hao's mouth. Should we continue, or... Chen Shui calmed herself down and changed the topic. Let's wait a few more days. This battle allowed me to comprehend a lot of things, and I have just increased my cultivation level, so I need to digest it. Chen Hao said, if it was before entering the grotto heaven, he would definitely choose to go deeper. But now, Chen Hao's mentality has changed. Even in this once-in-a-century sky city, He can face it calmly. It has to be said that since stepping into the cultivation world, Chun Hao has been rushing forward almost without any pause. It seems that the improvement is amazing, but now Chun Hao understands that if this situation continues, it will not be a good thing. Tension and relaxation, the way of civil and martial arts. Such a simple truth is often the easiest to ignore. The so-called relaxation is not to abandon everything, but to stop and digest. Only in this way can you improve yourself from a deeper level, understand yourself, and surpass yourself. Okay, I also need a few days to digest it. I will go out for a while and be back in a while. Chen Shui said, "You want to take a bath and change your clothes, right?" Chun Hao naturally knew what Chen Shui was going to do. He smiled slightly and asked without hesitation, "Why do you ask if you know? What I mean is, you don't have to go out. I will give you a surprise later." Chun Hao smiled slightly and said mysteriously. He took out the 5 elements sword and swept his gaze across the cave. Then he started to attack continuously. Chi, 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 chi. With Chun Hao's sword light, the hard rocks flew out of the cave like tofu. After a while, the cave that was originally only 10 feet in radius became 100 feet in radius. Moreover, at the bottom, there were 2 independent small caves. If they were standing alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, Chun Hao had obviously turned these 2 small caves into baths that were 10 feet wide and 3 feet deep. "What are you doing?" Chen Shui was curious about what surprise Chun Hao would give her, but after seeing Chun Hao make this space, she asked puzzledly, "Look carefully." Voila! Following Chun Hao's voice, something that shocked Chen Shui happened. The clear, sparkling water that contained dense and pure spiritual qi of heaven and earth actually gushed out from Chun Hao's body. In an instant, one of the baths was filled to the brim. Spiritual spring. You. How can you take it out? In almost an instant, Chen Shui recognized what Chun Hao released. He. Secret. I also didn't expect to take it out, but the moment we came out, I took it out. All right, this bathing pool is yours. It's enough for you to absorb for a few days. If it's not enough, just look for me. Chen Shui looked at Chun Hao in a daze as he walked out of the small cave. How is this possible? How did he do it? This time, Chen Shui was really stunned by the word secret from Chun Hao. One had to know that when she was cultivating in the grotto heaven, she had tried it. Once the spiritual spring was absorbed into the storage space, the spiritual qi in it would disappear completely, and there would be no difference between it and ordinary water. Moreover, she clearly remembered that Chun Hao had also tried it before, and it also didn't work. But how did he get it out now? Other than the fact that it didn't contain the profound space attribute, it was exactly the same as the spiritual spring in the grotto heaven. How many secrets does he have? Chen Shui originally thought that she had enough secrets, but compared to Chun Hao, it seemed to be far from enough. Chen Shui was both depressed and happy. After blocking the hole, she took off her blue dress that was stained with Chun Hao's blood and jumped into the spirit spring. Although her true essence had long since cleaned up the stains on her body, her many years of habit still made Chen Shui gently scrub every inch of her smooth and sparkling skin. After taking off her veil, her skin was as white as snow, and she was devastatingly beautiful. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and no one knew what she was thinking. In short, after more than 10 minutes, she threw away the distracting thoughts in her mind and entered into a state of cultivation. After Chun Hao pretended to be calm and entered another small cave, his face was filled with intense joy. Even he didn't expect that the mysterious existence in his mind would bring him such a pleasant surprise. Although he couldn't take away all the spiritual spring in the grotto heaven, if he released all of it, It would be enough to form a small lake with a diameter of 200 feet and a depth of 100 feet. How high was the value of this? Third update, to fill in the gaps. There is no update tonight. Everyone don't wait. I finished early today, the result of staying up late last night, so that I can play with my daughter tonight. I haven't played with her since I came back from Nanjing. Tomorrow, I will continue to work hard in Dark Mountain. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 289. Chunhao's mind was immersed in the Heaven and Earth Ring. The Heaven and Earth Ring was originally a low-grade spiritual weapon, but when combined with the 5 spiritual swords, it surpassed high-grade spiritual weapons and was close to supreme-grade spiritual weapons. Unlike ordinary spiritual weapons, it also had a storage space. And as Chunhao's realm increased, the size of the storage space gradually increased. Until now, Chunhao had not completely merged with the Heaven and Earth Ring, but he was not far away. What a pity, what a pity! If the space of the Heaven and Earth Ring was big enough, it might be able to store all the spiritual spring in the Grotto Heaven. Chunhao had never felt that the space of the Heaven and Earth Ring was small, but now it was almost filled with spring water. He was sure that when he walked out of the Grotto Heaven, the mysterious existence had helped him fill it up. However, at this moment, he had stepped into the half-step nascent soul stage, so there was a little more space. 1 square foot contains the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is equivalent to a low-grade primordial crystal stone. My spiritual spring is 3 million cubic feet, which is equivalent to 3 million low-grade primordial crystal stones, which is 30,000 high-grade primordial crystal stones, and 3,000 supreme-grade primordial crystal stones. Cultivating the Grotto Heaven only gives me 100 supreme-grade primordial crystal stones. Chunhao's mind was immersed in the Heaven and Earth Ring, and he calculated in his heart, "Master, the value of the spiritual spring can't be calculated like that. Although the spiritual spring has lost the space attribute, it still contains an ancient aura, and the energy in it is also extremely pure. If you sell it to an alchemist or a weapon refiner, the price will be several times higher. Moreover, Master, you must minor in alchemy and weapon refinement, and it will be better for you to use it." Ito Tai said. Of course, I will keep good things for my own use." Chunhao replied. Almost all cultivators would be involved in alchemy and weapon refinement. It was just a major and a minor. Weapon refinement was especially important. After reaching the primordial soul stage, almost everyone had to learn it. After all, it was very difficult to obtain a powerful spiritual weapon, and to let one's weapon exert the greatest power, one could only continuously modify it. Moreover, only one knew what one needed the most. A weapon refiner could refine a powerful spiritual weapon, but it was not necessarily the most suitable for one's own spiritual weapon. For true experts, their natal magic treasures were obtained through continuous refinement and refinement. His mind came out of the mysterious yellow ring. Chunhao was actually reluctant to pour the spirit spring into the bath. Anyway, he had just been promoted to the half-step nascent soul stage and was already in the peak state. Therefore, he directly took off his blood-stained and torn clothes, and with a surge of his true essence, he removed the stains on his body. After changing into an ordinary robe, he went to the big hole and activated his energy to lay down layers of enchantments within a radius of 1,000 feet. After making sure that he would not disturb Chunhao, Chunhao took out the 5 elements sword, integrated his mind into it, and stabbed with the sword. After the battle with Jian Wufei, Chunhao no longer had any trump cards to speak of. Now, what he needed to do was to truly integrate the inheritance of the 5 divine beasts into the platinum sky-piercing slash and completely turn the platinum sky-piercing slash into a true combo ultimate move. As long as he could achieve these 2 points, his combat strength would increase again. At the same time, he wanted to see if he could make a breakthrough in his sword Dao. Chun Hao had already awakened his sword intent, and his sword intent had already reached the first level of the sword Dao. Moreover, in the battle with Jian Wufei, facing the terrifying sword intent, Chun Hao could clearly feel that his sword intent was showing signs of a breakthrough. Once it reached the second level of the sword Dao, even if he did not comprehend the sword intent, his combat strength would increase by a lot. As for the sword intent, Chun Hao did not ask for it. This was because he did not cultivate the corresponding sword techniques, and his sword intent was not high enough, so it would be difficult for him to form the sword intent. Phew! Jian Wufei let out a long sigh and slowly opened her eyes in a small hole that seemed to be floating in the void, as expected of a celestial sovereign's intent. Just a strand of divine will conform such a powerful, small hole. If it was a real person, how strong would it be? In just 2 days, without any healing elixirs, I have not only recovered to my peak state, but my sword intent has also reached the middle stage of the greater success stage. If I use the 5th level of the Mountain River Sword technique now, I will definitely not suffer any backlash. Jian Wufei's eyes shone brightly, and her face was filled with confidence as she thought to herself, "Humph, Chun Hao, don't let me find you. Otherwise, I will cut you into 1,000 pieces and destroy your body and soul. And that woman, they will all die. As for you, Chengfeng, I can only endure for now." Jian Wufei said coldly, and she already had a plan in mind. Sensing that the small hole was about to shatter, Jian Wufei slowly stood up, and the unwillingness in her heart grew. Her hatred for Chun Hao grew even stronger. After stepping out of the small hole, Jian Wufei appeared in Sky City again. The surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi was extremely dense, and it was obvious that it was of a higher level than where she and Chun Hao were originally. Without any hesitation, Jian Wufei sent the message and crushed the sex communication talisman. She had done the same thing as Yu Chengfeng. However, she didn't try to get the sex disciples to kill Yu Chengfeng. This was because Jian Wufei knew that Yu Chengfeng was a super genius from the Coiling Dragon Valley, a rank 9 sect in the South Sea Islands. The Coiling Dragon Valley was a sect that was much stronger than the Sky River sect, and they had a unique position in the South Sea Islands. They definitely had more peak late, nascent soul and half-step incarnation realm experts than the Sky River sect that Jian Wufei was in. Even if she said it, the sect's disciples wouldn't dare to provoke him. There was no need to waste energy. Unless she met Yu Chengfeng, who was alone, she could only let him go for now. 10 days later, "Chengfeng, there is still no news. We can't delay any longer. There are less than 2 months left in Sky City, and in 20 days, the core of the ancient city will open. We have to go. Maybe we can meet them there." Deep in Sky City, on a mountain peak, a half-step incarnation, realm youth with a powerful aura said calmly. This youth's face was like jade, and he wore a white robe that was spotless. Beside him stood 2 extremely beautiful women, one on his left and one on his right, and it was obvious that they had a close relationship. If the people of the South Sea Islands saw him, they would know who he was. This youth was the strongest sect in the South Sea Islands, the leader of the core disciples of the Coiling Dragon Valley, Yishan Shui. His combat strength was unfathomable, and he had the bloodline of the ancient divine dragon. He was also the leader of the Coiling Dragon Valley disciples, and he was ranked first in the test. Even Yu Chengfeng didn't dare to say that he had absolute confidence in surpassing this person. Fortunately, Yi Shanshui was determined to travel the world with his beauty. Moreover, he was more than 10 years older than Yu Qingfeng, so there was no competitive relationship between them. Both of them were extremely lustful, and they were both top geniuses, so they had a good relationship. All right, that's all we can do for now, Yu Qingfeng said with a gloomy face. Under Yi Shanshui's orders, the disciples of the Coiling Dragon Valley who had entered the Sky City and the sects of Hanji and the other geniuses had been searching for 10 days, but they had yet to find any news about Chen Hao, Qin Shui, or Jian Wufei. Are you going to follow us, or do you want to go on your own? Yi Shanshui asked. I'll follow you, Yu Qingfeng said hesitantly. Haha, this isn't like you. Yu Qingfeng's expression was a bit ugly. Yu Qingfeng's expression was a bit ugly as he said, "You didn't see how strong Chen Hao and Jian Wufei were. One can use his ultimate moves in succession and has the inheritances of the 5 mythological beasts. The other sword intent has reached large success, and she has mastered the 5th level of the Mountain River Sword Dao. I'm not their match right now, unless I can awaken my bloodline to the 2nd level, but damn it, all right, your bloodline is much stronger than mine, so it's naturally hard for you to awaken it. Follow me, and if we meet them, I'll kill them for you. If you can't increase your strength, then you'll attract divine punishment when you leave Sky City." Yes. Yu Qingfeng nodded his head and replied, "Hiss, hiss, hiss. Boom, boom, boom." 3 incomparably sharp sword lights shot out almost at the same time. In an instant, a mountain peak with a diameter of 300 feet was directly cut into 3 sections and collapsed with a loud bang. The incomparably sharp sword intent lasted for a few minutes before it slowly dissipated. 3 consecutive sword attacks. I can already easily do it. My sword intent has also broken through to the 2nd level of the Sword Dao, but the 5 divine beasts are still unable to merge naturally. It looks like it won't be done in a short period of time. Only by merging with the 5 divine beasts will it be possible. But even so, my battle strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if I meet a late nascent soul stage super genius, I have a 70% chance of winning. Peak late nascent soul stage and half incarnation stage, with the space element and the mental cultivation method to merge with everything in the world, I should have no problem staying alive. Chen Hao slowly put away his sword as he judged. Is it done? At this moment, Qin Shui, who was standing near Chen Hao, asked. Dressed in a blue dress, she stood tall and slender. At this moment, her aura had clearly improved. It's about time. If you meet Yu Qingfeng again, what are your chances of winning? Chen Hao asked as he sensed Qin Shui's aura. 100%. The premise is that he hasn't become stronger, Qin Shui said confidently. After nearly 10 days of digestion and absorption, Qin Shui's improvement was no less than Chen Hao's. Not only did she break through from the peak of the early nascent soul stage to the middle nascent soul stage, but her chaos sword technique had also improved, and she had mastered the 6th level of the Tempest Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, she had also comprehended some of the solitary sword technique that Chen Hao had taught her. It had to be said that although the cultivation environment in Sky City had a lot to do with the two's monstrous speed of improvement, it was still much faster for other super geniuses. Not bad. Let's go then. Let's go straight to the depths. The ancient city area is about to open. With our strength, as long as we hide, we will have no problem staying alive, Qin Shui said. Okay. Hiss. 5 days later, the 2 of them were meditating to recover and flying. Without stopping to rest, they advanced into the depths of Sky City. Along the way, they encountered many cultivators and flying beasts, but the 2 of them quietly avoided them. Firstly, it was not challenging. Secondly, There was not much time left before the core of the ancient city area opened, and they did not have time to waste. Thirdly, there were too many people who wanted to trouble them. Once they were exposed, they might attract countless experts. It could not be helped. Just the disciples of the Eastern continent alone would want to trample on Chun Hao, or even kill him. Moreover, Chun Hao had killed several top geniuses from the Southern Sea Islands and the Western continent. First update. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 290. As Chun Hao and Chun Shui continued to go deeper, they encountered more and more cultivators. They saw countless small-scale battles, and most of them were people from different continents. However, these had nothing to do with the two of them. Both of them blended into everything in the world and drifted past like two gusts of wind. When the two of them were about to find a place to recover, Chun Shui suddenly seemed to have noticed something. What did you notice? Chun Hao asked. In these few days, Chun Hao was completely sure that Chun Shui, who had stepped into the intermediate nascent soul stage, was more than 30% stronger than him in terms of perception ability. Chun Hao's current perception ability limit of 500 miles was already very heaven-defying. Even compared to a super genius at the half-step incarnation stage, it was still slightly stronger. However, Chun Shui could easily sense the distance within a radius of 800 miles. 500 miles and 800 miles seemed to be only 300 miles apart, but if one were to draw a circle with oneself as the center, Chun Shui's perception area was more than twice of Chun Hao's. It seems like Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan from the Ling Tian sect are fighting with someone. I can't sense it clearly. They're about 800 miles to our left, and they're rapidly approaching us. They seem to be closely followed by 4 auras. Chun Shui said. Although Chun Shui did not associate with Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan, the two of them seemed to have a good relationship with Chun Hao. Moreover, Chun Shui was familiar with their auras. In Chun Shui's mind, Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan were people who helped Chun Hao greatly. Since she sensed it, she said it out loud. Let's go and take a look. Duan Yufei is not bad. As expected, just as Chun Shui expected, Chun Hao said without even thinking. Whoosh whoosh. Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan both had moderate wounds on their bodies. It was obvious that they had experienced a dangerous battle. At this moment, the two of them were flying at full speed. Less than 10 miles behind them, there were 4 cultivators from the Southern Sea Islands in hot pursuit. Moreover, the distance was getting closer and closer. It was obvious that they were faster than the two of them. These 4 people were the same as Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan. They were all at the peak of the early nascent soul stage. Let's see where you can run to. The leading youth of the 4 actually condensed a pair of solid wings with his pure and vigorous true essence, causing his speed to suddenly soar. Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan frowned when they sensed the other party's speed. After the two entered Sky City, they were the first to meet and train together. With their battle prowess, they basically wouldn't encounter any danger in the periphery. However, when the core area of the ancient city was about to open, they rushed to meet up with the disciples of the sect. They did not expect to find a 3,000-year-old immortal fruit tree on their way there. The immortal fruit spirit tree bloomed and bore fruit once every 100 years, bearing 1 fruit each time. Although it was not a spirit fruit that could increase one's cultivation base, its value was definitely higher than that of countless top-grade spirit herbs. This was because the immortal fruit was an extremely rare spiritual fruit that could increase one's lifespan. In the eyes of young geniuses like Chun Hao, increasing one's lifespan might not be a big deal. However, for some cultivators who had reached a bottleneck in their cultivation and were nearing the end of their lifespan, it could save their lives. Even though one immortal fruit could only increase one's lifespan by 3 years once a cultivator broke through to the next realm, their lifespan would be extended. How high was its value? In the cultivation world, any spirit herb that could increase one's lifespan was basically priceless. Nobody would sell it. Occasionally, it would be auctioned for a sky-high price. It was impossible to estimate the exact price. However, now, not only was the immortal fruit spirit tree snatched away, but their lives were also in great danger. Although the two of them had already sent a message to the core disciples of the sect, distant water could not quench their present thirst. Seeing that there was no way to escape, the two of them knew that the only thing they could do was to risk their lives and pray that the sect's elites happened to be nearby. Swoosh, swoosh. Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan held hands tightly and looked at each other before they landed on a mountain peak. Each of them swallowed a few spirit pills and raised their aura to the limit. Ha ha ha. What a waste of my energy. You should have done this long ago. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. It'll take at least a few days to reach the core area of the ancient city. No matter how fast your sex elites are, it'll take at least 2 to 3 days, right? Moreover, they're willing to give up their training in the core area of the ancient city to save you? Ha ha ha. After seeing that the two of them were no longer running away, the young man in the lead put away his true origin wings and said confidently, swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a while, the other 3 people also landed on the mountain peak. The 4 of them split into 4 directions and surrounded Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan as if they were prey. You've already gotten the spirit tree. Why do you have to kill all of us? Duan Yufei said coldly, if you want to kill us, at least 2 of you will have to die with us. Die with us. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? Do you think the 4 of us will fight you to the death? I'll torture you to death, no matter what? We have all the time in the world. Since we've gotten the spirit tree, there's no need for us to go to the dangerous core area anymore. Isn't it still cultivation there? Ha ha ha. The strongest young man said disdainfully when he heard Duan Yufei's words. Brotherly, this woman is not bad. Although she's not a peerless beauty, she's still a rare beauty. You have to take it easy for me. Don't be too ruthless. Let me have some fun with her. F***CK. I want to have fun with her too. Another young man said, are you kidding me? So you're all into this too? Mother****. I didn't expect the 3 of you to be so famous in our archipelago. Are women really that fun? Ha ha ha. Brotherly, we naturally wouldn't dare to mess around in our Southern Sea archipelago. But what are the disciples of the Eastern continent afraid of? Women aren't just fun to play with. They have all kinds of fun. Only by experiencing it for yourself can you understand a thing or two. Of course, Brotherly is still a virgin. The 3 of us can have some fun with this chick. It won't be too late for Brotherly to try when we meet a beautiful virgin. Not only is the taste wonderful, it's also good for cultivation. Yin and yang blend. Ha ha ha. Bastard. Duan Yufei was so angry that his hair stood on end. He clenched his teeth so hard that blood came out. His anger was like a volcanic eruption. Boom. His true origin, which contained monstrous anger, exploded. Duan Yufei was like a mad beast and attacked directly. Yufei. Xia Lanlan's face was pale. Death wasn't scary. With the person she loved by her side, she would live and die with him. What was there to fear? However, what Xia Lanlan didn't expect was that the 4 of them were actually such scumbags. Seeing Duan Yufei attack, Xia Lanlan who originally wanted to self-detonate to avoid being humiliated, hesitated slightly and didn't do so. She fought first. Even if she died, she had to make the other party suffer a certain amount of damage. It wouldn't be too late to self-detonate at the last moment. Seeing the two of them angry, a trace of pride flashed in the depths of the four guys' eyes. This was exactly what they wanted. Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan's realm and strength were on par with them. If they really wanted to kill them, they would have to face the two's life and death counterattack. At that time, the two of them might really drag one or two of them down with them. But the two of them who had lost their minds were much simpler. Fight with them and consume their true origin. Be careful of that woman. She might drag us down with her to self-detonate. Ha! The leading youth transmitted his voice to the other three. These four are quite sinister. In the void, Chen Hao and Chen Shui were like two cool breezes as they stared at Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan, who had already fallen into a great battle below them. Chen Shui transmitted her voice to Chen Hao. A distance of several hundred miles was a matter of minutes for the two of them at their maximum speed. When Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan landed on the mountain peak, the two of them had already arrived. It was just that they weren't in a hurry to attack. It's not that the four of them are sinister, it's that Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan are too inexperienced. It's the same for you, Chen Hao said bluntly. How am I the same? No matter what kind of battle, you can't give up until the last moment. Now, it's obvious that they already have the determination to die. This kind of situation can indeed increase their battle strength, but it's easier for them to fall into a real death trap. Last time, in the Black Wind Ancient Cave, you were the same, just slightly better than them. The more dangerous it is, the calmer you have to be. It's really unnecessary for them to lose their minds because of a few words from the other party. Otherwise, with their strength, even if they die, they can drag the two of you down with them. Chen Shui pursed her lips, but didn't say anything. It's time to attack. You don't have to show yourself. Wait for me for a moment. A few minutes later, Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan were already in a life and death situation. Chen Hao knew that he couldn't drag it on any longer. Otherwise, if Xia Lanlan self-destructed, he wouldn't be able to save her. Hiss! Chen Hao's aura appeared above Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan out of thin air. Before anyone could react, he casually swung his sword 4 times. Chen Hao didn't use the platinum sky-splitting slash. He only used the flaw of the solitary sword technique to attack, raising his strength to 80% and containing the sword essence of the second heaven. Chi, 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 chi. Even so, the incomparably sharp sword intent instantly pressed down from all directions. Ah, chi, 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 chi. For screams, accompanied by the sound of flesh being pierced, suddenly rang out. Just a moment ago, the 4 people who were in sight of victory all widened their eyes and stared at Chen Hao, who was standing in the void. However, the blood spurting out from between their eyebrows made them lose consciousness instantly. They didn't even taste the pain of death. Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan, who weren't affected by Chen Hao's sword essence, also looked at the void with shock at this moment. Brother Duan, Miss Xia, I don't need your reward this time. I'll take their things. Chen Hao smiled and grabbed at the 4 corpses in the void. Immediately, their weapons and storage rings floated to Chen Hao. Be careful. Goodbye. While Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan were still in shock, Chen Hao's figure turned into a flowing light and quickly left their sight. After a long time, Duan Yufei and Xia Lanlan woke up from their shocked state. They felt like they were dreaming after surviving a disaster. No matter what, they didn't expect that such a shocking reversal would happen when they were on the verge of death. Is this true? Xia Lanlan reached out to pinch Duan Yufei's face and said in disbelief, Chun Hao had only appeared for a few seconds, but the 4 experts who had forced them into a desperate situation had died just like that. We owe Brother Chen 2 lives again. Duan Yufei murmured, holding Xia Lanlin's hand, his eyes full of gratitude and joy after surviving a disaster. In his heart, he was even more shocked by Chun Hao's strength. It's 2 chapters today. I'll still write at night, but it'll be too late. In case everyone has to wait, I'll leave it to tomorrow. It'll be 4 chapters tomorrow. To be continued. If you like this work, you're welcome to come to Qijian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.